皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は260、61、1日目です。Welcome back, folks. It is day 261. We are on day 3 of Unit 66. So, largely reviewed today. We can get right into our recall. Close up this smaller unit. We kind of expanded a few things, so it'll be very apparent in our review, our recall. The beginning. Alright. So, さあ、始めましょう. Right. Get into it. Unit 66. Niku. Niku. Oi. Ori. Uta. You. Ame. Okashi. Yasai. Wait, just kidding. I kind of combine kudamono yasai. No one will ever know. Yasai. Oops. Kudamono. Oh, actually. Sakana. Tamago. Oof. Oh, wait. Just kidding. Shio. It looks weird. I put the thing too high. Yeah, it's... For sure. Oh. Gato. Shoyu. It's a pretty good list. Generalized. Very, very generalized list of grocery things. Then we have some extravagant, special grocery items. Like hana. By special I mean you can find flowers. Hana. But not diamondo. Diamondo. Yeah. Mondo. Meh. Okay. I get into adjectives and not. One for today. Ichiban. Ichiban. Chikai. I that could be a little better. 安い。安い。高い。高い。think買う。買う。and 売る。Oh. Uru. And harau. Oops. Wrong ending. Uru. Harau. Think of harau. Okane. Adding a few things. Okane. Kane deguchi. Deguchi. Iriguchi. Iriguchi. Dasu. Dasu. Ireru. Ireru. Oops. Ageru. Ageru and morau. So lending and borrowing, right? So yori and the whole. The whole ga. Insert. Oh, not borrowing. Comparison. Sorry, I'm thinking of Chinese. Comparison. So it's interesting that both of them can also be used alone as a form of comparison as well. It's a different comparison. So yori and no ho or ho. Lots of items. We have functional no. So the generative no. And ya. The heck? I think that's how much we farmed from unit 66. Go back to unit 65. This is belongings. Lots of stuff here. Tobacco. Su. Ikemasen. けません。ボタン押す。丸い。箱。奥。奥。ポケット。よし。入れる。網。いる。2つに切る。切って。石鹸。使う。洗う。名前。財布。鍵。 なくす。なくす。忘れる。道。足。細い。進む。う。薄い。こんにちは、バレンタイン。元気です。バレンタインさんは薄い。最近どうですか？こう、辞書。遠い。遠い。教科書。暑い。元気。今日は映画館ました。どうですか？何 何を見ました？何を見ましたか？映画は、ビルスの something。日本の映画です。ビルスのビルス。Does that sound like? Harp as well. Bategoto. Interesting. Ooh, 1956 year. 1950. Bategoto. Birusu no Bategoso. Yeah, Birusu. Oh no, Biruma, sorry, not Su. Biruma no Bategoto. That's their word for Burmese. Or is that something else? Biruma. Burma? Interesting. Yeah, Burma. What is the Biruma stand for? Is that a place? Dokoro desu ka? Let me see. Do I have this completed? Yeah, I think we're good. I don't think there were grammar points this one. Myanmaru. Oh, Myanmaru. Myanmar. Oh. How's that? Is that close? Is that Burmese too? Myanmar, right? They're trying to do Myanmar. Oh, yeah. Burmese is the official language of Myanmar. Formerly Burma. Okay. Yeah, Myanmar was formerly Burma. That's right. That's why I'm so not used to hearing that. Yeah. Got it. Wakarimashita. Alright. Let's go into our personalized practice.
Tempura mo aburakkoi desu yo.
Tempura. Tempura mo aburakkoi desho. I don't think we have tempura nor aburakoi. Actually, I'm kind of curious if aburakoi is gonna use a character. Aburakoi. No, it does not. Abura is not the abura I thought. How about tempura? Oh, interesting. Really? Tempura, they use tien. They use heaven. And then kept Buddha separate. Interesting. I was thinking maybe it might potentially have something with sakana, but heaven? Okay. Interesting. Tempura. Okay. Tempura mo, I guess it's kind of a name. I don't know. Tempura mo aburakoi desho. Mo. With the oomph. But the oomph is lost in the translation.
脂っこい食べ物はあまり食べません。1ヶ月に1回ぐらい食べます。野菜と果物が大好きです。
They like their vegetables and fruits, and they eat oily stuff once in a blue moon, once a month.
ピザ
Pizza wa zenzen tabemasen. Blasphemous. You see this nonsense? Oh, we can write zenzen. Blasphemous. Zenzen. Although this is also rung, and Chuen, rung and Chuen, like Shui rung, and Anchuen. Okay, pizza wa zenzen tabemasen. Aburakoi mo no aburakoi no mo wa chotto. The generative no.
じゃあステーキにしましょ
じゃあステーキにしましょう. So するにする to be like make something do, settle with something, okay with something, that kind of thing. It's kind of a turn of phrase. Suru, actually.
「去年妹に帽子をあげました」。
去年. Hmm, 去年. I don't actually know what country is standalone. I'll go with Toku. Toku no something. Something 名前はブルマ。はい。映画はとても面白い。気分は悲しいけど入れてよか。Oh, okay. Fair enough. The sad one. Interesting. Don't know the first thing before namae. Maybe once before because it has a die, and then maybe old name. So that would say like old name was Burma, something like that. I doubt it's Huru. Maybe Hururai. Hururai would be the only combination. Let's look at what that means. Those are my only reads of those two characters in Hurui and Dai as in time. Let's look. Kodai. Oh, so Ko is a read on Hurui. Oh, there. Sub-Zero. On the character. On that character. Ko. Oh, yeah, that's right. I do have an example of Ko for that. Kodai. Oh, yeah, it is Kodai. The ancient times. Yeah, old times. Korai was literally the shashinko thing. What was it used to? It was used to describe Zo. Korai. Korai was used to describe Zo, like an old statue. Yeah, that's right. Ko. So, Korai namae. Old name. Or ancient name, or older, former name. How are you doing, Sub-Zero? Oh yeah, we were writing Kyonen. Kyonen wa Kyonen. Kyonen let's see. Kyonen imoto. Kyonen imoto. Imoto wa oh wait, it's imoto, not ototo. I'm thinking about toto. Imoto. Younger sister. Imoto. Imoto ni Oshii. Oh, Boshi, sorry, not Hoshi. Boshi. Boshi o agemashita. Boshi. Right, Boshi. Not that one. Oketo. Monster. Monster wa or wa? Oh no, wa and then yes. Right. So maybe Pocket Monster ba Korai Koraidon. Koraidon. Oh, okay. So those are supposed to be quotes. Wa Koraidon ga arimasu. Interesting. Korai wa somethingいいです。onaji. That's onaji desho. So Pocket Monster. There was Koraidon Pocket. I actually don't know what is that trying to express. Let me see. Pokemon has okay, yeah, that is what that means. It's been the same since ancient times. Yeah, I don't know what that sentiment means. Do you mean like Pokemon Koraidon Koraidon is a Pokemon, or is it a Dokoro? I'm doing pretty well, Sub-Zero. How are you? I'm doing pretty alright. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I don't know what Koraidon is. Insane. Yeah, I kind of get what I know what it says in Japanese, but I actually don't know. It's hard. What I mean to say is Koraidon is a Pokemon, and the Korai in its name means ancient times. Oh, oh, oh. That's why you said onaji. Oh, and in Korai. Oh. Yeah, that is hard. Oh, that is hard. And you would have to use like quotations. You have to use like separate quotations, and then you would need to, quotation to article to separate Korai in hiragana, Korai in hiragana, and then write it again in kanji. Oh, you don't know how to? I don't either, actually, now that I think about it. How do you even make those quotations? Well, in the IME, it's it's the brackets. It's the regular brackets. So, at least I think. So, if you use the ones next to P, I think they become the standard brackets. Actually, I don't know. Have you tried the quotation thing? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's the regular brackets or the normal brackets. Yeah, and then these are the quotation, and then you have to use like this as a quotation mark, so I know that you're quoting something, and then you have to write it in hiragana or kanji. This is just me though. I don't know how other people do it, but this is how I know that someone is quoting something, and then they're comparing kanji and hiragana. I'm kind of, I don't know as like, I don't know how other people do it, like how they normally do it, but I would probably have gone this route. That's neat. What is Koraidon? Is that like is Koraidon one of the ancient, are we talking about like first gen? Is Koraidon the name of, oh no, it's not, just kidding. I thought Koraidon might have been like a Gen 1. I don't know any Pokemon gens outside of like the first two gens. So if you would have picked, if like Kabuto, like for example Kabuto or Omastar translated to like something with Korai in it, then I might have gotten the connection. But Koraidon, I have no idea what is a Koraidon. So I thought you might have been referring to a village. Omura. So in the recent Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, they have an ancient and future Pokemon. Oh, that makes sense. And then the ancient Pokemon is called Koraidon. Oh, that totally makes sense. Oh, that's kind of cute. It looks wild. Holy heck, Koraidon looks wild. It does have elements of the whole like, I'm a fossil, I'm reptilian, and I'm also part like crustacean or shellfish look, which makes sense. And then it's a dragon, so like reptilian. It also looks like a vehicle. Is this the one that's a motorcycle too? Is Koraidon like one of those ones that become like a motorcycle? It kind of looks like a motorcycle. I don't know anything about Game Freak games past that. So it's literally like an ancient dinosaur thing you can ride around. Oh, okay. Oh, that explains. It's technically legendary, I think. Pretty neat. Okay. So you already explained it as I was. Okay. And then something go arimasu. Okay, so they're using that character. Interesting. For so they're using Mirai. Yeah, Mirai. Interesting, for future don't. Mirai don't. I got it. I see. I guess ashita don't doesn't sound as great, huh? I'm kidding. You just finished up a project in the background? Yo, nice. When do you go on vacation? How long do you have until... Do you guys have winter vacation, Sub-Zero? Well, when is your semester? The end of your semester? I imagine it's coming up soon. Mirai Don. I like that name, Mirai Don. Mirai Don and Korai Don. It's a great way to remember future and past. Sub-Zero is the one I still remember. How long has it been now? Sub-Zero, has it been like over 130 days since you told me that you like learning Chinese by looking at Pokemon names? Sub-Zero, I'm pretty sure it's been over like 3 months or 4 months, even 3 to 4 months since the last time we talked about how it's a lot of fun learning Chinese and even Japanese while looking at Pokemon names. And Valentine's just did that habitually without even trying. Just Koraidon and Moraidon. Yeah, it was before summer. Yeah, it was definitely before summer. It's been a long while. Funny how all of this goes full circle, yeah? And it's a coincidence that you are the first one to show up after Valentine mentioned Pokemon and Japanese Pokemon names. What a coinky dink. And it all makes sense now. Alright. I think we wrote the characters, right? Yeah. Kyonen. Kyonen imoto. 去年妹に帽子をあげました。Okay. Just 去年 Dang it, English. Oh, here's a fun thing. Since we're talking about Japanese, right? I have some topical things. I bring little stories here and there. So there's people who watch anime is probably close and tied to music, right? Anime music is a very big thing, especially those who dabble in anime. And one of the rising stars, one of the stock stars in the hip hop scene, or the hip hop new age, it's the new age pop sound. We'll just call it pop for now because we don't want to I'm not going to digress into subgenre and what pop is not necessarily a genre. It can be a status, right? But anyways, the new age, there's a band. I want to talk about them positively, so I'm gonna write their name. I don't usually like to use names too much, but if you're in the anime scene and you're into topical anime, you'll probably come across a band called Yoasobi. Yoasobi. So here's the thing. How is this related to language learning? So Yoasobi, Ayase is the composer, and the band Yoasobi is composed of the singer and the composer, Ayase. Right. And they have a consistent collab because of the widespread of Yoasobi's titles, because the anime are also really great. Like for example, for Yoasobi, you would have Oshinoko, right? Ashinoko or Oshinoko. Might be Oshinoko. Yoasobi. So アイドルは好きね。Yes, アイドル、yes. はい。そう、そうそう。So Yoasobi is a really, really stock name now. So when you have a really high production anime that is going to hit, you bet Yoasobi is going to likely be in the conversation. So this band or this like group is so popular now that they have like widespread thing, right? And I always like talking about culturalisms and whatnot, where keep track of the trends. So nowadays, if you go to their official channel, I listen to Yoasobi like as a band prior, and they have English collaborators, and maybe even the actual singer themselves. So their classical, their like hits and stuff, and their anime hits get English versions. So if you already like their music, you know, check out their channel. Recently they dropped 4 English versions of 4 of their like iconic songs. So if you're ever curious about like, oh, are there anything like lost in translation? How is it like expressed through the songwriting? Now it's not even that fans, you know, fans also make like cover songs, right? Cover songs where they attempt to translate and reinterpret, not necessarily translate, but interpret the song so that it feels like an English song with English phonetics and lyricism, but capturing the feel and beat and the rhythm of the songs. However, this band is quite big to the point where they actually release English collaborations of their song. And I was listening just yesterday evening, I was listening to the English version of their song. And what this reminds me of is back in the day when I used to still learn Spanish, right? Back in the day, Spanish, because it was before basically the internet time. Spanish was great, and I still remember listening to like Lopez, like Jennifer Lopez, right? I talked about this a couple of times with other people, Jennifer Lopez and like Ricky Martin, those like really early times, but they release Spanish versions of their song too, and they are the singers, right? They are the singers. They wrote the songs, they do the songs, right? And this reminds me of a trend this year. Like, this is how, in my opinion, Japanese becomes, it's moving, it's happening. It's such a widespread thing that there's a great incentive for Japanese people, Japanese industry, to also command understanding and interpreting English. So now, yes, I understand fans already do this, like fan-made things. They're great at it. That's understandable. I watch a lot of like English cover of songs that I like and whatnot, and their interpretation. However, you also have evidence that Japanese industry, as in people who preferably like to produce songs in Japanese, it still happened over the years. Like, I can still remember 15 years ago, I was ecstatic when there was like an English song as well as a Japanese song side by side, and I like to see like what is it like for a Japanese person to write their song in English, right? It's very different from saying, I'm an English speaker, I like this Japanese song, I'm going to reinterpret this Japanese song in English. That is very different. Like, it's night and day. It's kind of like not in a bad or good way, but it's very different, right? It's kind of like when someone goes and play their favorite game and they use words like, oh, this is a localization. It is not written in English, it is translated into English. That kind of thing, right? So listening to these songs, especially when I have trouble listening to lyrics in general, like in English, I have trouble listening to lyrics already. It has been a it had been like a stopgap for a while. Like my lyricism is non-existent even in my native language. However, it's so great now that I'm learning Japanese, and Japanese is like expanding, right? And it's incorporating the opportunity to hear interpretively what the singers, the writers believe captures the spirit of their song in English. And it is a different experience altogether. And that, to me, this little short story that I have is largely why I feel there's far more than the mechanical understanding and the translational understanding of a song. There is so much transcendence based on someone's experience, right? So English from different sources is very different. And why is this important is largely because I get why people like being quote unquote authentic. Actually, that word was thrown around a couple more times yesterday, not in a meaning, not in like a malicious way or anything. The word authentic is tough for me to empathize with one perspective. A lot of times people think authenticity is internalized, like it's a intrinsic property of someone's background. Like one cannot be authentically whatever they are if they aren't the thing. So here's a great example. So if you're saying something like, what is the authenticity of YOASOBI's song? Well, both of them are authentically YOASOBI. It's coming from them. Now, an outsider who is far more like compartmentalized and have this air of maybe cynicism or, I don't know, ownership or something, they could come by and say, whoa, this English version is clearly inferior to the Japanese version because one is more authentic than the other. You have those discussions every day. Actually, I see and read these discussions far more, absolutely far more often with Japanese than other languages. So when you're going here, it's like, what is more superior? They're different. They're different. Now, in terms of authenticity, it's coming from the same like group of people. So that kind of thing happens a lot. And so in a way, I'm not discouraging. I'm trying not to sound like I'm discouraging people from using words like authentic. However, authenticity requires a maturation of understanding, because at the interface of cultural differences and cultural norms and multilingual, like the widespread of being popular and culturally influential, it'll bring in the question of authenticity. And I earnestly feel like we're at a fever pitch when it comes to the Japanese language, because one trades, quote unquote, a bit of authenticity to the chagrin of purists in order to garner more influence. The more influential you are as a concept or person, the more likely you are also reciprocatedly influenced, right? So now I'm looking forward to the next frontier when people start. This is going to start something else for sure. And I love it. That's more for me. However, some people might say like, well, they better continue writing Japanese songs because I like Japanese more than I like English. That's going to happen. However, observing what the creators are doing is great. It's an indication of changing of times. Like when you have a mainstream, arguably YOASOBI is incredibly mainstream, doing this, That's absolutely amazing. That's like a dream come true for me. As someone who's an English speaker and is trying very hard, quote unquote hard, or investing a lot of time. I'm gonna say investing a lot of time to understanding Japanese. It's so awesome to see the other direction. And no, I don't find the Japanese accent when people are singing alien or discomforting or non-authentic or cringy. I think a lot of purists would say otherwise, right? Like, I've encountered a significant friction on people who can't get over the idea that Japanese people who speak English have accents. Like, and then the other way around, those are probably one in the same. People who are upset that when they're learning Japanese, they have an English speaking accent, or they look at me and it's like, oh yeah, this guy's pitch accent, he's clearly from America, right? That kind of thing. That's fair enough. I guess in that case, that's an impasse, or to each their own. I absolutely love that I get to listen to two versions of wonderful songs. My secret hope is I listen to like a less mainstream group, but this group is doing really, really well too, and it's the same setup. Yorushika. Yorushika. Actually, is it Yorushika? It might be Yorushika. Actually, I don't know where the pitch accent is on this, but this is also the same setup. So the band name is Yorushika, right? But the composer name is Buna. So, and then the singer is Suiz. It might be with an I and not an E. It's the same kind of setup where the composer is quite known solo wise, and then they have a really great act with a singer who happens to be a female singer, and they're like a combination of hip-hop-ish, R&B, singing. It's a pop scene, like it's the current pop scene, and they are featured in a great amount of anime. And in terms of Yoasobi and Yorushika, I think two of the animes I watch have both these bands featured. Like, one did the first opening and then the other did the second opening. So I to say that I'm a fan of either of these groups is an understatement. And I like to look forward to seeing, like, are there going to be English versions of that stuff too? Like, it's not a competition, it's more. I would love to hear, it would be really rad to hear what Sui sounds like in English. Like, the singer attempting English. Because the tonality and the dynamics of their singing actually transcends the language, at least to me. So when I hear like language, I hear frequencies and pitch. I don't necessarily hear culture and language at first, right? Like when I hear music, it's hard for me to break away from the musicality of one's voice. So that's why there's a trade-off to this. That I suck at like hearing lyrics and stuff because I'm more taken and consumed by the sound and the tenor and the like weaving up and down of the person's sound. So I hear the sound more than I hear the words, and that's kind of a downside of things, but it has been there since I was a child. When I'm hearing like rap music and stuff, I get caught up in the beat of the rap music, like the way the singer is articulating at beats where they decide, to be a little more syncopating or speed up a little here, that kind of thing, as opposed to paying attention to lyrics. Then it takes a while for me to decode the lyrics or decipher anything really back in the day. Every time, so my I don't know any other re for kai. Maybe that's kai. Kai, and then aruku. So that looks like aruku. So arukimasu. Arukimasu. Nihon no, Nihon no, I see. Nihon no ongaku. Ongaku o, yep. Kiku, kikumasu. Is it kikimasu? Kikimasu to listen. Oh, it could be like kiku and then mas is some other thing. And then ichi, o, o, u ga daisuki desu. Ichi. Group is dash. I, o, u. So bad at. Oh, is that what it's? Oh, city pop. Is that the name of the group or is that a genre? I see. Jipo. Oh, shichi. Oh, like city. Shichi popu. Okay, shichi popu. Ah, interesting. Is that a group? I'm down for some. Oh, it is a group. Interesting. I'm down to listen to some other music. All right, I'll make a note of that. I'm down to listen. Sorry. Okay. All right. Now we're done. We're done with digressions. Yesterday we kind of hit the yap pretty hard in the Chinese side of things. I wanted to share that because I think it's great changing times. In my opinion, it means more multilingual. I know that there are already people that I've encountered even in my limited anecdotal experience with language learning, when people talk about things are being too Anglicanized or certain things taking too much influence from this and too much influence from that. I get the understanding, and it's nice to have both. Maybe this will be different this time around, where Japanese continue to like have a good balance of preservation, right, for the authenticity seekers, and then new age stuff. I think having singers who are multilingual, ever since I was old enough to listen to Chinese music and whatnot, the idea of having multilingual bands, which rarely happens outside of like the Asian languages, like the macro languages. Chinese, Japanese, and Korean tend to mix quite a bit, where they would release like different versions, be it like Chinese to Korean or Korean to Japanese, etc. However, in the English thing, you have Spanish and English, right? At least in the United States, and it's been there for a while now. Not until recently, in my opinion, that it's garnered a trend where it crosses a huge cultural divide, and that's English and Japanese. I think English and Chinese haven't really been that big. I don't think there has been a dramatic uptrend between English and Chinese, like where the singer is greatly enthusiastic in a manner that they are incentivized to create two versions, right? So very neat. Shows that mainstream, right? Kudos to the Japanese. It also warms my heart that perhaps one day I'll go to a Yoasobi concert and I will be able to thank the singer and the writer and the composer in both English and Japanese one day, right? They're relatively young. I actually think I might be the same age group now. Like, I've gotten to that point where I'm old enough where I think most of the current acts are where we belong to the same like chronological generation. So that there are opportunities to maybe one day, you know, talk to them in Japanese and English at the same time. Kind of neat. The world is changing, and or in the smaller bubble of Japanese and English, the world is kind of changing, and it's neat. It's more me than I've ever could have imagined. To place something into context, right? I grew up in a world where there was still segregation and discrimination, right? Well, what I mean by that is not to say it was more before. It was most certainly more before. Nowadays, though, I have grown up in a way where purity and all that doesn't make enough room for all of the above. So this is really, really neat. At least I was pleasantly surprised. The 4 songs I was talking about, they dropped all at the same time. It was uploaded all at the same time to their channel. So I had a blast listening to it. I had so much blast that I went back to look at if there were English versions of other songs I like. There was one was let's make this relevant to the Japanese lesson at hand. So ichiban is relevant here. So, you know, we have the character that we learned. Here's something topical. I practice, again, someone asked me, do I only use Duolingo? 2 times in a row, actually. Another person asked me yesterday, and then the day before, someone asked me. So this is an example of how I use my Japanese. So ichiban is today's and yesterday's. It's this current unit, ichiban. So ichiban is also the name of Like a Dragon's protagonist, MC. His name is Ichiban Kasuga. And there is a song also called Ichiban Ka. And it's made, I forgot the group's name, or I can see the characters, but I can't pronounce the group's name yet. So it is the theme song of Like a Dragon 7, which is Yakuza Like a Dragon, and Ichiban Ka. So, and then I went to look at English versions of it, and then listen to the Japanese version again, right? But the name Ichiban is in the title of the lyric. I forgot which ka they ended up using. Let me see. Ichiban ka, they use a ka that I am unsure. Yeah, the artist name is Sonnan no Kaze. And Yashitaka Nakata, I think. So I hopefully that's the 2. I'm not sure of his name for the 2 leads or this the group itself. But yeah. Oh, it's this character. They ended up using, which kind of reminds me of a song. So it's probably dealing with the song. It uses this radical and then this radical, right? So this deals with singing. So it's probably a song. Like, kind of like a shortened, like it's Ichiban's song, right? Ichiban ka. That's the character, and it looks like it has singing. These 2 are together. It deals with like uta and chang, like ge, right? Ge in Chinese. So guessing is Ichiban song, Ichiban ka. Interesting. Ooh, I see you're using the quotes already. So that's a title. I like it. I like it. This a title of an album? I don't know those words, but I do see in. I also see go. So something da. So something da kingo. Quote. Wa shinrai. Shinrai. Yeah, shinrai song ka. Sudaro. Not sure what Sudaro is. It apparently is maybe reliable. Oh no, Sudaro, maybe that's a singer? And then that looks like machi. Yeah, machi no dorufu. Like, I don't know what a dorufu is. Dorufu to midnight cruising. Oh, midnight cruising. Okay, midnight cruising. Oh, that sounds like midnight cruising. Dorufu. What is a dorufu? Oh, and thanks to whoever, thanks for the sub. Whoever, thank you. Let's see. Midnight cruising, huh? Interesting. Oh, Hamada Gingo. I see, Hamada Gingo. Ooh, that's a very complex sentence. I need more things to be able to talk about music. Come on, Duolingo. Give me some like talk about music and art. Where's my topic? Topic about talking about music and art. Let's go. And movie. Oh well, I have a few vocabulary dealing with movies from a different source. But yeah, let's get it. Anyways, that's the digression for today. I brought a story for the Japanese session today. In case I kind of forced it a little bit, but I have a few short stories I bring every day in case someone's interested. Disclaimer, guys. Here's a disclaimer. Since people are asking me if I only do Duolingo, yes, when I'm streaming again, right? However, when off stream, I actually go and practice my I mentioned this a bunch of times already. I practice my Japanese and Chinese. However, I do other things too. Like with that, I'm looking for short stories to talk about. So whenever like if someone comes by and talks about something, I somehow segue into the thing I want to say. And that's the creative part, I suppose. Right, like I come in, if no one says anything, that's fine. I pocket my short story for tomorrow or the day after. And no, I don't write these things down. I should write these things down, really. However, I want them to come up normally. So whenever someone mentions something, I have 2 or 3 like topical things that I keep in my back pocket. It's kind of like rehearsing, sort of. Like if you know how like a comedian goes on stage, they still rehearse to some extent, right? And I'm always pocketing some topical stories here and there. So today I did prepare this already to talk about yoasobi, and shout outs to others like zutomayo, zutomayo yo. I'm expecting Zutomayo to maybe do English versions at some point. That's a this group is pretty big as well. It's still part of the same mainstream hip-hop-ish meets traditional instrumentation with some like R&B flares, and like these three groups tend to hit with a very specific pop culture rendition, especially like even harder. If they go harder on the hip-hop and the rap, you have like Creepy Nuts, right? It's very hard. I know names, but it's very hard to overlook a group like Creepy Nuts at this point. This is where if you take this mainstream and hit it even harder with the rap and hip hop kind of thing. So it's kind of like the scene right now. If you think like, oh no, you're speaking, what are the facts? How is this trending? Well, these people actually dethroned Taylor Swift. So briefly, I'm not even sure they continue to dethrone Taylor Swift. So yes, this is very topical. The thing I'm talking about is very mainstream. However, it's when you listen to their music, it's not the mainstream sound of the scene from like the West Coast. Although there are overlaps, you can definitely see parallels and how they are like this is getting closer to this, and it's creating like this pop scene meshing, and that's pretty cool. I think I haven't listened to that much Japanese rap in a while in a hybrid genre. Now the pop scene incorporates rap and hip hop, and yeah, what a way to get into the scene. I don't think I've was really into rap or hip hop because I had trouble with the lyricism. It's more of a like a listening thing. But now we're gonna try again. Only this time, maybe I'll understand more about English through Japanese and vice versa. You know, Chinese, not so much. Yeah, not so much. Chinese's pop scene is quite a little bit different. So we'll see. Sorry, gotta talk about music every once in a while. All right, so ototo. Ototo wa this, right? Ototo. I. 弟にプレゼントをあげました。
じゃあ、
Yeah. I wanna reiterate. I think I'm not a stand-up comedian, right? I want to say that. It's pretty obvious I'm not funny, right? Like I try not to be funny actually. Most of the time I'm serious. So not stand-up. And I would say greater than 80% of anything that comes out of my mouth is rehearsed. And what I mean by rehearsed is it's scripted in my head in a sense. Like it's through practice. I am not an improvisational person. You will probably know when I'm improvising. It's quite obvious when I'm improvising. It involves incredibly long periods of silence. And if I had to be engaging, it involves tons of filler words. Like you know. Largely though, long pauses. And like me actively looking at something that's not on screen. When it's rehearsed. When it's unrehearsed. So I'm not a stranger to that. I think I know that it is worth mentioning that you can still, in my opinion, be someone who has perhaps an attention deficit, perhaps, allegedly an attention deficit, while also streaming for long hours and be able to have a lifestyle in which you rehearse a lot of the things you have to speak and practice in order to not sound like you are bouncing up and down, left and right in your head. So I like to say these things because I wanted to make it clear that with practice and enthusiasm and motivation, I don't necessarily think people who encounter lots of difficulty socializing or even socializing with the self is unattainable, right? At least in my opinion.
ステーキ
Oh, and I say in my opinion a lot when I'm improvising because I didn't rehearse it, so I don't know the validity of the things I'm talking about. So refractorily, or like in response, I use in my opinion a lot because rehearsed things have validity because they are researched, right? There's some form of research and background understanding. When I'm improvising, I have no way of gauging its validity. All right. にしましょう。Right? ステーキにしましょう。
にしましょ
タバコは全然吸いません。
Okay, so they chose to write that in hiragana here. Tabako. It can be written in katakana as well. So tabako wa zenzen. We already went over zenzen. And suimasen. That's actually part of this unit. This is personalized practice, so it was on a previous unit. Su wa. Right, su. Right. Tabako wa zenzen suimasen. いいえ。いいえ。ね。魚。肉。肉は。No. Tabako. Oh. 父はタバコを吸いません。I'm really happy that I can actually say this about my father because my father had a close brush with death and he made a pact that if that happened he would stop smoking cold turkey, and he did. I think that's like, oh man, how long ago is it? I remember when it happened too, because it was during my graduate board oral exams when I officially became a PhD candidate is when it happened, when he had a heart attack. So that was during my second year. That is 10 years ago. Yeah, I think it's been a decade since he stopped smoking.
抹茶のケーキが焼きたいです。
Matcha. I don't think we got anything for matcha. 抹茶のケーキが焼きたいです。焼きたいです。I think it has fire and no. We don't have this in Duolingo yet. However, Yaku was introduced somewhere else. It's close. I think it's I think I need to refine the way I'm writing that. Like this. And then you do this. Yeah. I think that's Yaku. Maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, yaku. Okay. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom during my lesson because I've been hydrating a little too aggressively. I want to bake, or yeah, bake matcha no cake. 美味しい。美味しいカップケーキが焼きたいです。
持ち帰ります。
持ち帰ります。Okay. Yeah, 持ち帰り。持ち帰ります。This one is like kind of one of those like phrases that might have untranslatable things, multiple interpretations.
皆さん立派ですね。
皆さん。皆さん。we have 皆さん。皆さん。皆さんは、彼は皆さん。I keep forgetting this little dot here. So, さん。Right. 皆さん。皆さん。ね Oh boy. Oh, 立派。皆さん立派ですね。Everyone is splendid, aren't they? This is talking about wedding. The context is a wedding. So, this is from a unit that dealt with weddings. So that's why everyone is splendid, aren't they? At a wedding. So, 皆さん立派ですね。Now everyone, let's stand up. Fill the words.
さ
Okay, さあ、皆さん。ね
あ、皆さん。
皆さん、立ってください。ね ?No?
立ち。
立ちましょ
ま、
う Okay, 立ちましょう。I was thinking more of a command. Like, 立って、please stand up, right? Like, now everyone, please stand up. As in a command. But they went with 立ちましょう. As in, shall we? Let's stand up. Fair enough. Either or, really. Not enough context, obviously. Let's see.
持ち帰り
持ち帰ります。
ます。
Which this can be expressed a little differently as well. Ah, my eyes. Sorry. I knew that was gonna happen.
男の子が大勢います。
男の子がい大uh-oh. Oh, that's hot. What do they use for hot? Oh, this is too much. Like a lot.
男の子が大勢います。
Yeah, oze. Oh, you know what's funny? I didn't realize that how much that looked like. Oh no, sorry. That's not hot. We're not looking for hot. We're looking for something else. It's a combination of things. But oze. Yeah, too much. Oze. Ooh. I think we're gonna have to lump oze with like oi and kekko maybe. Kekko and kanari. Oh, I forgot to add kanari on my recall today. Kanari is a new one too. Okay. There are a lot of boys, right? 男の子が大勢い。
男の人が大勢います。
Okay, I got it.
大勢
Can you
大
nod,
勢
please?
男の
Wait, 男の人
男の人が大勢います。大勢います。
Okay.
誰にこのタブレットをもらいましたか？
誰に Oh, we got 誰 works. Right. 誰にこのプレゼントをもらいましたか？ Okay. このタブレット Oh, no, not プレゼント。タブレット。That's タブレット。Get this. Okay. There are a lot of men.
男
の人。
人
男の人。大勢。大勢いますか？ Oh, no. Not just. 大勢がいます。
大勢
Wait.
ます
Wait.
が
Yes. I put the particle in the wrong place.
手作りのクッキーは美味しかったです。
手作り we don't have. Although I could see it using something like the character in Atarashi and Shinsetsu. Maybe. Something dealing with Shinsetsu. Not that Shin. Am I thinking of the right one? Not Shinsetsu. I'm thinking of Shinsen. Maybe it has Sen, Shin and Sen in it somewhere. Tezukuri no. Actually, no. Tezukuri no is homemade. No. Wait. Tezukuri. Yeah, that's Tezukuri is homemade. Nah, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of seasonal. Oh, come on. Oh, that's because I spelled it. I just want to see what the kanji is, if there is one. Tezu. Why doesn't it come up? Tezu. Oh, it's because it's written differently. How do I do the other zoo? Is it how do I represent the other zoo? In typing. Interesting. Guess we'll just look at it this way. Here it is. Tezukuri. Oh, handmade. Oh, they use hand and make. To make it handmade, homemade. Oh, I see. That's kind of cute. Use te, right? Te and zuku, like skuru, right? It's a version of skuru, zuku. You turn the su into zu. So te zukuri. Makes sense. That's actually kind of a neat way to represent handmade, homemade. By the way, you have decided to email the other company on Monday. Hopefully it stresses them out and they consider you. Alright. That's one way. How much time do you have? Sub-Zero. Tezukuri no cupcake. No. Cookie. Tezukuri no cookie wa 美味しかったです。 homemade cookies were a delicioso. Muy delicioso. Okay. カレーはとても美味しかったです。美味しかったです。I kind of rushed that, my bad. The shape of my mouth kind of dropped a little there. 誰にタブレットこのタブレットをもらいました。誰にこのタブレットをもらいましたか? I'm not sure the other company hasn't officially given you an offer yet. Okay, he sent you an SMS and said he will send the offer through email. Okay, so you have time. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a weird way of going about it.
よくビタミンを飲みます。
They might really want you, so he gave you like a press advance, you know? よくビタミンを飲みます。Imagine drinking your vitamins. Kidding.ケンさんは毎日ねを飲みます。ビタミン works.
息子は喜びました。
You don't know, you sent the application ages ago and you almost kind of feel like I'm a second option for some reason. Doesn't sound like a second option if someone is willing to reach out before it gets mailed. It almost sounds like they hope you didn't forget them. If you know what I mean. From an outside standpoint. Like, it seems difficult to rationalize someone who wants to give you an advance notice as opposed to someone who gives you a delay notice. ね息子は息子 Oh no, 息子 So it has ko in it, right? And then it's this yes, 息子 right? 息子は喜びました。I don't think I have 喜びました。喜ぶ to fall? No, to be happy. 喜ぶ yeah, 喜ぶました。喜ぶ does it have anything to do with 嬉しい? Oh, it does have something to do with 嬉しい. Neat. You drop the left radical ureshi and you get yorokobu. Neat. And it's also shi in Sihuan. So yeah. Yep. Yorokobu. Neat. Yorokobu. Ureshi is this. You add this character to this. Ureshi. Could be that's happy too. Ureshi is happy. So yorokobu. Yorokobimashita. So musko yorobu. Okay. Fair enough.
弟は喜びました。
Ototo.
弟
Did I write ototo? Yes, I did. Ototo. D. 弟は喜びました。
弟は喜びました。
福岡は賑やかな都市です。
No, 福岡はにぎやか。おー、にぎやかな。wait, にぎやかな都市です。都市 No, I don't have Toshi. I have Machi. And Mura. No Toshi. And oh, you know what? I'm kind of curious if Toshi is the same as no, it's not. Oh no, that's the wrong Toshi. Oh no, it's not. Wow, that's not close. Oh, but Toshi uses the she, a familiar she, and then in Kyoto, the to from Kyoto. Interesting. All right. No, we don't have Toshi. Nikiaka we do, but it goes without saying. I'm not sure what it is anymore. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. This one had the weird double. So this. Huh? I think, yes. Yaka. Ooh, this one I need to see more often for sure. Yaka. You bet your 2 cents it's reasonable. Unless that person is weird, I mean, there's always a chance. Fukuoka wa nikiyaka na toshi desu. Fukuoka wa ookii toshi desu ne.
お姉さんに何をあげますか？
お姉さん。お姉さん。はい。おね。Oh, that's kind of funny. In Toshi, One also has. Does it? Yes. Yeah, One has Toshi in it. That's interesting. At least that's what I think the Toshi that I saw. Yeah, One-san. Interesting. I wonder if that's how they were picking it too. Nani o agemasu ka? Will? What did? What do? Oh, what do you give? We just went over this, huh?
お姉さん。
お姉さん。お姉さんに何をあげますか？
あげか。
Oh, we only have the second exercise. Hooey, boy howdy.
塩が好きです。
塩が好きです. Oh, I actually practiced 塩 out of voluntary. 塩が好きです. I certainly do. I am most definitely going to have a heart attack from my salt consumption. But hey, it was a good life. 塩が好きです. 塩が大好きです. Salt is life.
塩、
塩。
黒い地図、
シャツ、
how'd this go?
空港、
まず、千葉の港に行きました。
まず、千葉の港。港。I don't think we have 港 either. まず No. まず、千葉の港に行きました。I guess we. Sure.
港
It's the port in Tokyo.
港
I guess
東京
Tokyo
の
の
港。
港は大きいですか？
大きか
おしゃれな場所ですね。
おしゃれな場所ですね。この場所はとても賑やかですよ。Let's practice にぎやか。I felt very, 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 very uncomfortable with にぎやか. Oh boy, my proportions are way out of whack. Okay. Alright.
ソファーと棚の間に冷蔵庫がありました。
Oh, you spoke so fast. Sofa. Wait. Sofa. Oh, sofa と棚 Oh. That 棚 This 棚 Yeah. Yes. ソファーと棚の間に冷蔵庫がありました。冷蔵庫。Let's try 冷蔵庫。Oh boy. Oh boy. Practice this. 冷蔵. Which Zoll is it? It's the... Oh no. No. Oh, I don't remember that one radical. Oh, okay. No, that's not it. What is a super stacked radical? How does it work? Yeah, I don't remember the stroke order. I think it might have been... Oh yeah, that's it. That's the stroke order. That is the... Then I think it's this. There might be a crown. Am I missing a crown? No, I'm not missing. Oh, there, Cozy. Yeah, so... Maybe it's this or the other way around. Yeah, this is the character that... This is the radical that I was forgetting. Okay, so... ソファーとカナの間に冷蔵庫がありました。Hello? In between? Between? Just between? Okay. No in? I was looking for in between. I'm like, where's my in? Between's fine.
ロブスターはいくらでしたか？
ロブスターはいくらでしたか？おいしいロブ
おいしい
スター。
ロブスタ
ペットはいましたか？
ペットはいましたか？ I'm doing pretty well today. Cozy, how are you?
サムさんの家にペットがたくさんいました。犬と猫は可愛かったです。 魚とカメレオンとうるさい鳥もいました。
ペット。たくさんのペットがいます。There was a ソファーと
棚
の間に冷蔵庫。
白かった冷蔵庫
冷蔵庫がありました。
4時間ぐらい携帯でゲームをします。
携帯。Oh no. The right radical is 携帯 son of a bee sting. Oh no. Wait.携帯. I don't remember. Oh, wait. Actually, I might have forgotten. Oh, no. I might have forgotten a stroke on Keitai. Oh, yeah. There's a chance I might have forgotten a stroke on Keitai. Yeah. Unless it's simplified. Hang on. Let me go and look at the Chinese side of things. Oh, maybe it is. It actually might be a difference. Oh, it is a difference. Now I'm kind of curious if it's different because it's a different character, or is it different because it's simplified? That's N1? This is an N1 term? Interesting. This one was weird, right? It was the it. Okay. You're fine, you did nothing today, but you just got your email that's tied to this Twitch bag. Oh, very nice. So, content day, right? Keeping the streak alive. Content day. Not too bad. Yeah, so I thought Keitai. So I thought Tai is Dai in Chinese. Like I thought they used the same character as Dai. But no, there's one stroke here. So I've been writing, I think the unit that Keitai is like 4 units back. I was missing this stroke. So although this is Dai. And Dai are Thais. So interesting. Yeah, and I have trouble. There's a lot of hand who smoke. No, I'm kidding. Keitai. Keitai is gonna be weird. Instead of like Denwa, using Denwa or Sumaho. Okay. 4日間ぐらい携帯でゲームをしました。OK。います。I guess video games. For about 4 hours. So let's try Keitai again. Hand, people, weird thing that I have no attachments to at the moment. Hi with extra stroke. No, do a lesson later. You did one earlier though. Very nice.
シャワーの後、携帯は見ません。 8時からベッドで小説を読みます。そして10時頃寝ます。
Okay. What they do at night? 遅くまで。So, 遅くまで。So, we had 遅い, right? So, this is a turn on 遅い. Slow, but it's also the adjective late. So, you do 遅い. Uh-oh. Was it 3? I feel like it was 3. Yes. It was 3. And then it's osoku. Right? The same osoku. So osoi. Slow or late. So, osoi. Osoku made. So until late. Osoku made keitai. Keitai de ongaku. We have ongaku as well.
音楽。
音楽を聴きます which, funny enough, Valentine supplied it earlier. 聞く Right, 聞く and 音楽 音楽音楽 and then it's 楽しい as opposed to 音乐 right 音乐 so there you go 音楽 and 聞く alright and I think we're done with our personalized practice. Very nice. Alright, back to our current lesson.
バターをたくさん入れました。
Yes,
バター
をね
バターをたくさん入れました。
たくさんwait
お
バターたくさん wait
バターをたくさん入れました。
たくさん入れました。
入れました。
いや、バターをたくさん入れました。I put in tons of butter. It's delicious. Okay.
石鹸売りました。熱い箱丸い。
このハンカチは誰のものですか？
I guess I could put other items.
この
ハンカチ。Did I write diamond today? Yes, I think I did. このハンカチはね？
このハンカチは誰のものですか？
誰ものの誰のものですか？
ですか？このハンカチは誰のものですか？
Yeah. 誰のものですか？売りました。起きました。吸いました。売りません。I thought we were gonna go with the full mustaches. Sorry, ました。
これが一番高いダイヤモンドです。
これをね。これが一番
が
これダイヤモンド
これが一番高いダイヤモンドです。
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 彼女は安いお土産を売ります。
Oh, miyage. I was thinking of adding miyage to the list of things you can buy. Although buying souvenirs and considering it as grocery is kind of weird still. No? 彼女は安いお土産を売ります。 Okay. 彼女
彼女、
の
の
お父さ
お
ん。
父さん、
お父さんはコンビニでお弁当
を
お弁
弁当
当
を
を売ります。
売ります。
母は可愛いハンカチを買いました。
母はかわいいハンカチを買いました。Okay.
これ
これが一番高いダイヤモンドです。
高い
Oops. 高い
ダイヤです
ダイヤモンドです。
この方が好きです。
Kind of reminds me of Daimo, like a high-ranking position. Daimo. Oh, wait. I wonder if there's a relation between that. I mean, diamonds are good, you know, they're kind of high-ranking, you know, like ranking in valuable. I'm kind of curious. It really does remind me of Daimo. この方が好きです。Oh, I forgot about kilogram to describe things. All right, so we have a few things to add, right? Kilogram. What's the next to diamond? Oh, hankachi. All right, I remember. It's okay. Let's see. I bought bread and 200 grams of butter. Okay.
パン、
パンと。Oh, wait. Hold up. Or do we do the no thing? We could do the no thing. Let's see if that is a. パンと200
に、100、
グラムのバターを買いました。
まし、
Okay.
ました。
Oh no, that doesn't work. Wait, I want to see if this is acceptable though. It's probably not, but I want to see. Oh, they did accept it. Nice. Oh, they didn't. Oh, they omitted the no. Oh, I see. It's good that they still accept it though, because I would have inserted a no, but I see. 200 gram butter. No need for the no.
これが一番美味しい果物です。
これが一番美味しい果物です。Okay. Oh, I totally forgot about this. The ue using a generalized counter and ue somehow implicitly implies something about age. 彼は僕
4つ
4つ上です。ねより、
より
with より as a comparison word.
肉を 300g ください。
肉を300グラムください。肉 Just plain 肉 Okay. ください。スカートスカートよりズボンの方が好きです。Okay. 豚肉
払って売りました。鶏肉、飴、
豚肉。
出口でお金を払ってください。
出口
で
払ってお
お金
を払ってください。
ください。
払って飴、払いません。
払いません。
豚肉、売りまし
た。
ダイヤモンドはかなり丈夫です。
ダイヤモンドはかなり丈夫です。Okay.
鶏肉
鶏肉や野菜を入れます。
この腕時計はかなり高いですね。
この腕時計、腕時計。we'll put that with diamond. So, ハンカチ、ダイヤモンド、腕時計。この腕時計はかなり高いですね。
その赤いのをください。
その赤いのください。
ください。します。
牛肉を 1kg ください。
牛肉を 1g キロ。牛肉を 1kg ください。OK。
小さいのを3つください。
小さいの3つ。3つください。3つを
ください。
3つをください。Oh, the other way around. That's why it sounded weird when I said it. Dang it.
その
店に豚肉はありますかねありますか
ありますか
お店
豚肉と牛肉、どちらが好きですか？
豚肉の牛肉、どちらが好きですか？豚肉と牛肉。Okay.
この
お店のこの店は鶏肉ありますか？
ありますか？
The other way around.
子供は飴やお菓子が好きです。
子供は飴やお菓子が好きです。今日は私が払います。
小さいのを3つください。
Yes. 小さいのを3つください。Okay. Oh, that line's okay. All right, that's fine. I gotta take a quick bathroom break. Too much hydration. Back. Alright. Alright, now that I'm 300 mils lighter. Okay. Rehydrate again.
Hankachi.
Hankachi.
橋、
バター
カタカナ、
鉛筆。答え。
肉を 300g ください。
肉
肉を
300
300g
グラム
ください。
豚肉。売りました。丸い。豚。
鶏肉。
子供は飴やお菓子が好きです。
Sorry, I had to think about, did I even write 鶏、豚 and yeah, I did. 子供ね。
子供
は
飴
やお菓子が好きです。
お菓子がです。
細い。熱い。売りました。豚肉。
鶏肉。
牛肉。廊下。運転手。
質問、
村。
豚肉。
彼は僕より4つ上です。
彼は僕より4つ上です。
私は鶏肉料理が一番好きです。私は
鶏肉が一番美味しい。Really? No.
私は鶏肉料理が一番好きです。
私は
私は鶏肉料理が一番好きです。が、一番好きです。私は鶏肉料理が一番好きです。
料理。
私は鶏肉料理が一番好きです。
一番好きです。I like the best. Okay, fair enough.
入り口でお金を払ってください。
入り口で、restart. 入り口でお金を払ってください。こんにちは。Turn son. Okay. Wa. Yo. Gozai. Ohio? Oh, yeah. I thought you were writing some. Ohio gozaimasu. Hajimemashite. Oh, my country, mine was there just now. Wait. What? Hajimemashite. I did not pay dinner yesterday. Okay.
昨日
の夕飯で昨日の夕飯でお金を払いません。では
払い
払いませんでした。I did not pay. 払いませんでした。
待ってた。
Alicia was there at the options place? Oh, at the options place. I see. Oh, in the word bank. I see. 昨日の夕飯ではお金を払いませんでした。
布団の方が好きです。
どの本が好きです。Oh no, I genuinely didn't know what like if there was something. I wasn't looking for a country. So it makes sense now though. I had no idea what we were talking about. Glad we know now though. Like we're on the same page. もうちょっと安いのはありますか？
もうちょっと安い
はありますか？
ありますか？
の安いの。quite a lot of books. かなりたくさんの本を買いました。彼女はかなりたくさんの本を買いました。Alright. Alright, and we have 15 minutes and a dream. Let's complete this. There's gonna be a lot of counters here. Okay. So
2歳。
2歳。2度。2歳。
2分。
2度。2歳。
2月。
1週間。Oh. Wait.
2週間。
Okay. I was expecting a futa something.
2
度。2度。
2歳。
はい。My gosh.
2
2歳。
2
Okay.
20分。2歳。2度。
何歳。
何度。
Alright. 問題。Oh, interesting. 日本。日本。
2本。
Alright. Alright. 問題。問題。2本。
3本。問題。2本。人気。
手袋。
問題。
問題。
門。
2本。
問題。
問題。
も2本。靴下。10本。問題。人気。
2本。
2本。
2本。鉛筆。問題。5本。本
棚。So, are you learning Japanese as well, Churn? How are you with Japanese? What are you doing with Japanese at the moment? 問題。
4本。
4本。
靴下。
靴下。
荷物。
荷物。
2本。
2本。
問
問題。え You are the second Malaysian, open Malaysian, that I know. I haven't talked to the other guy in a while, actually.
20.
Oh, Hadachi. Oh, yeah. Ooh, they actually corrected it. Hadachi. Very nice. That's gonna... Interesting.
2度。
Nido. I wonder if they went back and retroactively did the Hadachi. Oh, wait. I might have been doing it wrong. It might have been Hatsuka of Hadachi when I was saying Hadachi. Oh, I actually have to double check on that too.
何歳
Nansai. Nansai.
20歳
Yeah, that's what I was kind of expecting. Hadachi.
2分 15分2度
Year 10 and 20 need different words? Yep. We know. Yeah, we know. It's been a very, very hot minute since we know.
2 度。
Nido. Yep. It's actually quite important in pretty much any language, actually. Even English. 10 and 20 are very different from all the other ones. Nido.
20歳
Actually, it can be both, but there's not enough context. So in this case, they're referring to 20 years of age.
20歳。
Dachi.
2度。
Nido. So Hatsuka.
2分30分
Oh, here it is.
20日
Yeah, that's Hatsuka.
20歳
Hadachi.
2
Nido. Okay. Let's see. 12? Oh.
12ヶ月。
Kagetsu. Yep. 12 kagetsu. Nido. 12 kagetsu.
2度
Nido.
12ヶ月1ヶ月
おー、1ヶ月。
3ヶ月
3ヶ月。Oh, yeah. 1ヶ月、3ヶ月。
2月
So they have different, it's random when they have the stuff mixing back and forth. We just need to know.
2度。
Nido.
12ヶ月。
12
Kagetsu.
か月
We're counting months as opposed to saying 12月.
2
Right.
度。
2度。
2度1ヶ月
1ヶ月。
2月12ヶ月
Sure.
3ヶ月
3ヶ月。 Forgot about the counter. Let's see. 世間。一番。
石鹸、
石
鹸。一番。
財布。石鹸。何番。
Okay.
一番。
鉛筆。
石鹸
石鹸。
剣
Oops.
せ
Got the stone.
一番。
石鹸。
石鹸。
布団。石鹸。一番。土産。三番。
一番、
携帯。
携帯。We were just going over this. 携帯。携帯。
八番。
Okay. 8番。
鉛筆。一番。石鹸。
Okay.
布団。石鹸。
石鹸。
一番。二番。
2番。
携帯。
Okay. Per month. 1ヶ月に。
1ヶ月に。
一緒。
一緒
一緒。1ヶ月に。
一緒。
一緒。
12ヶ月。1ヶ月に。1月。11ヶ月。
It's probably 11ヶ月。一緒。
緒。
一緒。
1ヶ月に。
月。月。or 月。
1。月。2。
一緒。
1ヶ月に。
1ヶ月に。It goes back and forth.
6月。一緒。
一緒。
12ヶ月。
1
1
日。
日。
Okay. 4枚。万人。万人。
万人。
万人。Okay.
4枚。
4枚。万人 is such a random.
4枚。1人。
1人。
5枚。万人。100枚。
4枚。
万人。
何人
Oops.
4枚。
Don't want to talk about it. 4枚。Probably 7人。Okay.
100枚。万人。
万人。
2枚。4
枚。
万人。万
人。
人。
4枚。1人。万人。
万人。万人。Actually, it could be 万人, actually, now that I think about it. Although they've written it as 万人. but it does kind of sound like Anin as well.
3枚、
Sanmai.
10枚、
Yeah, no change.
4枚、
万人、
Anin.
10枚、
10mai.
1人、
Ori.
3枚、
Sanmai.
4、
4mai. Oh, I typed mo. Oh, one shift. It should be manin. It says manin, but man and ban, there's a euphotic morph between the two. So, there's a reason why it exists, but we'll see in the future what it is. There's a source in place for the shift. It's kind of like nga instead of ga. So like guy instead of ngai. Perhaps Valentine has something to say about that. What have you been doing? 最近 日本人 interesting. 日本人はじゃない人、日本人のストリーマー。Oh, that's how you say stream, huh? ストリーマーを見ります。Okay, so you've been watching Japanese streamers lately? There is one Japanese streamer that streams around my time who's learning English, actually. I take a peep before I start streaming. 日本人は私の日本語をwhat is it? わる? No, わかる. Yes. わかる. 喜ぶ. We just went over 喜ぶ again. 喜びます. 喜び. Yes. So you're normalizing. Nice. You only know Tokyo old people say na. You only know those? Oh, okay. And I'm guessing you're used to Kanto like Utsuku and like or Yaksa and stuff. The coup cutoff as well, I suppose. Yeah, I'm largely Kanto as well. I am used to hearing the nga a lot, but that's because I'm Chinese. Actually, the nga is more common. It's also a Chinese thing. Lots of, although you just mentioned Malaysia, so I would imagine you've heard a lot of ngas as well in Malaysia, in like other languages. 2番 豚肉 There's a guy, his name is Valentine. His name is Sukon something. I think it's just Sukon. He likes corn or something. Or the person has a corn mascot. But I watched a little bit before I start streaming.
2番
He has a translating device on half the page, and then the other half, whatever he's doing. It's not necessarily like Duolingo related sometimes, but it's kind of neat. The person's English is pretty good as well. There's a lot of English peeps. Yeah, the name is pretty cute though. It's like Sukon. 可以你会 I don't have the character for that. Is that Hanyu? Or I think you might be going for Hanyu. Is that a non-simplified thing? 我说一点中文 but I can't whatever that character is for. 我白中共胡志华 한유. Malaysia we usually call it I see. Is that close to 普通话? 我胡志华 so 我那讲胡志华 he's 中文 is 普通话 I call it common tongue instead 普通话 but I don't know if that character is related to common tongue or not. Sometimes I just use 中文 中文's fine. You're Cantonese? Ah, okay. Then Fujonese is right down the path. You probably recognize some of it. Fujonese is heavily inspired by Cantonese, actually. It's kind of like a mix. I actually found myself when I was learning Mandarin. I'm learning I'm doing a Mandarin lesson after this. Lots of the stuff that I think about Fujonese, it's actually closer to Cantonese a lot of times. Like 火锅. I always use the classical 火锅. 火锅 dabino, right? Dabinu is Fujonese. 火锅 is like Mandarin. Like when I heard it, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Hot pot. But but it's not dabinu. Dabino, right? Inherited from Cantonese. I don't know actually which one comes first, actually. It's kind of hard to tell. We're talking about etymology here. Fujonese has a lot of Canto-ness. Nice to meet a fellow Cantonese person. I'm not Cantonese, but my parents are. 我父母是中国人，我是美国人。Oh yeah, go is. Oh no, yeah. New. Just saying new is kind of already doing the ng a little bit. New instead of ni, right? Instead of ni, like ni, as in you, ni is new. New is already like it's doing the u sound as well a lot of times, and then go new and whatnot. Like new as well instead of you. Lots of the n sounds everywhere. You know, when you're saying fish, you, new. Yeah, extra, and then 2 extra tones, of course, 2 extra tones. And then Cantonese have extra tones too. And I think Fujonese overlap with Cantonese with all the tones. The additional tones that aren't in Mandarin. At least that what I've come to understand. I am illiterate, by the way, until I started a few hundred days, like 150 days ago, I was illiterate. So I can't, I only read that only because I started studying Mandarin in writing. I don't speak a lot of Mandarin either, so just a little bit. It's whatever I'm learning now. I usually speak Fujonese at home with my folks. I have no like formal studies or anything in Mandarin. It's been a lot of fun though, meeting other Chinese peeps. Or relatable, adjacent, and the ones that are using a similar writing system. Japanese is relatable, right? The writing system, but specifically the kanji. So it's been a very fun time.
2枚何度2番
2番2番豚肉. Japanese also have some words that sound more closer to Cantonese than Chinese, because if I remember correctly, I borrowed some words from the Tang Dynasty. Oh, that's a good point. Do I have an example off the top of my head now that I think about it? Can you give me an example? I might actually know the example. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I haven't even considered that. Since I haven't done any Cantonese yet. Or any like foray into Cantonese. Jikan? Jikan, I remember there's others. Oh, Jikan is... Oh, Jikan. Interesting. I wonder if they have a... Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll have to keep that in mind, actually. You know, I don't know if you ever use Duolingo, Churn. Lots of people don't, you know, learn in other ways. But in Duolingo, there might be... I don't know what the course is like, but I will try it out anyways. If you set your language, your speaking language to Chinese, to Mandarin, there is actually a Cantonese course in the Mandarin side of things. So I was gonna do that after there's like 2 months left in the Mandarin course. I was gonna do that for fun to see what they decide to include for an introductory course for Cantonese. But more on that later. It's probably gonna be sometime in January. It's probably very short. The way Duolingo handles things is it's based on popularity, based on metrics, right? How popular something is, and that's where the priority is. So Cantonese, I'd probably say it would be fun to see what they ended up using from Mandarin to Cantonese. Canto to Mando is a YouTube channel, I see. Canto to Mando. Huh. Curious if I see... no, I haven't. Oh, Cantonese speak how to learn Mandarin. Alright. Guess I'll take a look at it. I'm not the biggest fan on... I'm not like... I don't go out of my way to look at things that have channels that advertise certain things like how to learn something faster or smarter. But I'll take a look. This guy looks quaint. I just see a picture of this guy. Cantonese greater Cantonese to Mandarin. Yeah, it makes sense. Manto to Mando. Yeah. That's kind of neat the other way around. Yeah, I know a little bit of Cantonese, but I only know it by hearing. So you would have to speak Cantonese in order for me to hear it. Is to help Hong Kong people learn. That's another way of expressing. Is that how you write it? Yeah, Puntonghua. That's how you write it. Okay. Sam, I can only speak Cantonese. You can't read or write. Yeah. So that's a problem that I'm trying to. That's a thing that I put off for a really long time. So like, it's cool that now I can speak to people and I can read a little, and then people can write something, right? They can write something and I can read it. It's really exciting. It's gotten me, but most of the time, since I grow up in the United States, all my Cantonese and my Mandarin and my Fujianese is by ear. So if someone is talking to me, I can mirror them and I can answer back because I have a point of reference. However, when it comes to reading, which is why streaming is kind of nice in that way, because most people have to type to me, right? And then typing forces me to read. I have far more training listening to things. In fact, like, even though I don't understand Japanese and I'm learning Japanese as well, you kind of already feel the Japanese. Like, I've listened to Japanese since I was 5, so a lot of times you feel the Japanese. And that's kind of where Cantonese and Mandarin comes in. Where I say I speak a little Mandarin is because I don't usually respond in Mandarin or Cantonese. I respond in like English, and the people usually don't talk at me. They talk about me. So I only know how to listen most of the time and then respond. Yeah, because you will mimic the sound in words. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So often, so learning Japanese and Chinese has been really, really fun because now I get an opportunity like, oh, I can produce those sounds first. And I get to write those write those words first. I get to create instead of mimicking. And most of my life, like I sit around, my family brings have family friends, right? And they would be talking Mandarin. It's like, well, I know what they're talking about. However, it's not like I'm going to go out of my way and try to produce the sound or write the sound or create my own sentences. So now it's been a really, really fun time to finally put words and characters and whatnot to all the sounds. The first language I learned actually is Spanish. The first secondary language I learned is Spanish. Fujonese is technically my first language. I've learned Fujonese before I learned English, because my parents speak Fujonese, and we have to communicate using Fujonese. If I spoke entirely in English, my parents would not understand anything. Like, they might understand like 3% of what I said. So, Fujonese is my crutch in learning how to differentiate between Mandarin and others now, in terms of sound production. So sometimes 我的中文说不好 right 我说中文不好
2番
2番 It'll change in the future. We're excited. Let's see. And Nihongo on the side of Nihongo, 少し. Yeah.
Butaniku?
Butaniku. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of some thoughts. Yeah, thanks. Ganbate. Yes. Ganbate kudasai. Oyasumi nasai. Good luck. See you around. Mata ne.
Butaniku?
Butaniku.
鶏肉8番何番
2番番
豚肉
2番
2番
豚肉4番4番
Wrong click.
鶏肉2番3番
豚肉
豚肉
肉
Kanto, like the Pokemon region. Sub-Zero, you're such a nerd. Get out of here. I'm kidding. I think yes. Which one was the Kanto region? What's up with you guys and being so well versed in Pokemon? I'm so out of date when it comes to Pokemon. Wait, that was in the OG, right? Which one was the Kanto region? Wasn't it the Japanese theme one? Isn't like, what's his name? Koga? The gym leader? Was his name Koga? Oh, thanks, Chern. Was Koga the gym leader in the Kanto region? It's the one with the pagoda, right? Leaf? The Leaf Gym? No, maybe it's the Leaf Gym. No, it's the Ghost Gym. No, wait, which one was the Kanto region? With Ghastly and Haunter and stuff? I feel like it was the Ghost region. I know it was in the first one. I'm trolling you, Sub-Zero. Jeez, I'm down. The worst thing to say to someone who's actually angry, to calm down. Listen, you want to take this into the DMs? I'm kidding. But it was Koga, right? I swear it's Koga's gym. That's in the Kanto region.
3番
3번. You never know with me? Oh, we'll see. I'll make sure you know. 3번.
2番
2번.
豚肉
Aniku. Seasoned in sarcasm here, you know? I'm absolutely seasoned in sarcasm. By seasoned, I mean not so much.
1番
1번.
鶏
鶏肉. You haven't confirmed my suspicions. You know? You haven't confirmed my suspicions. Oh, wait. My stuff toggled. Oops. Gotta fact check me here.
番
Ivan. You're my Pokemon. You're my Pokemon reference here. Otherwise, Valentine is gonna have to come in to the rescue. Wait, what was it? Koga. Wasn't it Koga? And Koga's gym had ghost Pokemon, right? Ghost Pokemon. Ghost type. I remember his gym was a pagoda. Oh, you have no idea? You stopped playing after XY? I'm talking about first gen! You little... Sub-Zero, please. Now my blood pressure just multiplied. I'm talking about the Kanto region. I don't know. Isn't his name Koga? The gym leader. Who's the gym leader in the Kanto region? You mean the dude? Alright, you're done. Get out. Wasn't he like a ninja? Oh, wait. A Koga is a region? Oh, no. I'm not talking about that. You know what? I'm gonna find out. I swear I'm not making this stuff up. Is Koga the gym? Yeah, in Oh, maybe not. It says it's in the Fushia Fushia City Gym. Is Fushia in the Kanto region? Okay, it is a gym leader. And I think it's the first gen gym leader, right? He also became a member of the Elite Four. Why are we going down Pokemon lore now? Oh, he was in Gen 1, 3, and 7. Oh, interesting. He came back multiple times. Oh, he was the Poison Gym leader. Okay, the Poison Gym leader. But isn't that where the ghosts... Yeah, he had a no. Oh, he was a Poison Gym leader. Okay. I don't know. Whatever.
4番
Yonban, look at me. It's all your fault.
鶏肉
Toriniku. That's a good point though. I specifically remember Kanto region being one of the regions in Pokemon Gen 1.
鶏肉
Toriniku. Which it is a region. So Kanto is a region. You know, next to Kansai. Kansai. Wait, is there a Kansai region in Pokemon? Like one of the coastal cities might end up being in like a Kansai region. I'm actually kind of curious now. How much of Pokemon? Oh, okay, Gen 2. Yes, Gen 2 has Kansai region places. Yeah, so Gen 2 Pokemon games featured Kansai regions like Osaka, Kyoto, and stuff. So Gen 2 went to Kansai. Interesting. Wait, which one's Gen 2? I think I know a little bit of Gen 2. Oh yeah, I know a little bit of Gen 2. That was the Croc, the salamander, like the little like hedgehog salamander thing, and then Chikorita or something as the start.
鶏肉、
鶏肉、
豚肉、一番
Sub-Zero's an edgelord. Don't talk to him about video games. Kidding. Your favorite was Gen 3? Well, that's arbitrary. Tell me more. What about Gen 3 that you makes you a devout fan? What the heck? Every time I type in a different page, it always reverts. Alright, explain to me. I really have to complete this section, so we're gonna do this.
豚肉
Yeah, botaniku with kazoku. That's what I did too in my head.
豚
Yeah, or yeah.
家
Yeah.
家、
豚肉、
Botaniku.
豚、肉、
Nakayama.
Nakayama.
豚肉、
豚肉、
家族、
家族、
6000、
6000、
鶏肉、
肉。
豚肉
Probably just nostalgia, but even to this day, I still like the art style. Gen 1 and 2 are fun, but it's hard to play them for long. Again, in 2020, the visuals are kinda unbearable. Like, are you talking about Game Freak's visuals, or are you talking about the conceptual art? Because the conceptual art is the same artist, I think. And stylistically, it's the same. I'm guessing you're talking about like Game Freak's game. Did you play Fire Red? Like the remix of Gen 1 and Gen 2? Perhaps you can play those instead. Was it Fire Red and something blue? I don't know what the word for blue was. Leaf green? Oh, it was Fire Red and Leaf green, my bad. Because they decided, nah, we're not doing a blue version like the original red and blue. They did Fire Red and Leaf green. Although green, I can get behind the whole green thing. No, I mean the fact that I can visually count the pixels and it's not really pleasing on the eyes. Well, have you played Fire Red and Leaf Green? I mean, it's not quite. It's still a GBA title. Those are still Game Boy Advance titles, though. Imagine about counting the pixels in a pixel rendered game. Sub-Zero is like, oh, I like nostalgia, but I don't like retro pixelized games. I can count the pixel. I'm kidding. You know, like, FRLG are some of your favorites. Which one does? Oh, fire red, leaf green. Oh, you combine them. Okay, fire. Yeah, okay. I see. I'm telling you, Sub-Zero, you can count the pixels on many pixel games, unless you're talking about like literal pixels, which, gonna be real. Most things aren't literal pixels anymore, but you can still count the pixels of the pixels, the pixel blocks of pixels, like Cobalt Core. I mean, you saw me play Cobalt Core. You can count the bundles of pixels. What are you telling me to hydrate? I have to go to the bathroom again. Listen though, Sub-Zero. Nowadays, I feel like the pixels you're counting, or you can see those pixels, there are many pixels in those pixels. Like in Pep.
家
Wait, yeah?
家
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I tapped out again. Okay.
Nankai?
Okay, this kid here. This kid talking about counting pixels.
Nankai?
Okay. Nankai?
豚肉 500? 家族鶏肉
家
What I'm saying is nostalgia can only take me so far until I get realistic and see past the nostalgia glasses. Gen 2 and Gen 3 are games I can enjoy for a couple of days. Gen 3 I can... Yeah, but your comment about counting pixels, like... You can count the pixels in the other ones too, but they're pixels of pixels, you know? Nowadays, what we consider as pixels are pixels of pixels. So it's kind of funny how the idea that you can see one pixel as opposed to 1 pixel with 9 pixels in it. Like, if you know what I mean, modern pixel games. This is a very relevant conversation because I like playing indie games, right? And a big market share of the indie games are retro games, right? So you can still technically count the pixels, but they're actually pixels of pixels because they're blocky. Yeah, I know. I mean, I can see the pixels, but actually too. Okay. All right. I'm. You know, we gotta level with each other, Sub-Zero. You are unofficially a CS major, you know, like a post CS major. You know, we gotta talk technical here. Pixels, the boxiness of games, the boxy, like how hard edged the games are still like pixels of pixels. Oh, pixel peeper, you silly pixel peeper. I kind of like it though. I get what you mean. I think I know what you mean though.
来月
I get I'm being hard.
来月
I get
豚肉店内家族
家族2台
2台
Trying to give me PTSD from the Atari breakout games. Oh, I still remember. Thank you, Atari. Your Atari. Did that go well, by the way? Literally was about outputting pixels by pixel. Oh yeah, you were doing pixel by pixel. I see. That's funny. I forgot about your Atari breakout game. Oops. Oh, that was Kazoku.
豚肉
I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, understandable. You made every box pixel by pixel, didn't you? You scored a 9.5 out of 10. I like how you said you scored a 9.5 out of 10, as though like your game was being reviewed. Not that it mattered that much though. It's just a passing score to be able to take the exam. Oh, okay. So you need it. It's a pass fail until the exam. I see. Is the exam a numerical scoring system, or is it pass fail as well? I kind of like the pass fail system post undergrad. I like the idea of pass fail system the later and later you get into education. Largely due to the nuance and the specialization. It becomes, more and more difficult to standardize scoring on a numerical scale. Yeah, there are 4 labs, and that was one of them. Okay, you need a total of 27 points to take the exam, and each lab gives a max of 10. Okay, so it's like it's like a quantized thing. That's nice. I think that's more reasonable than using like super like one-to-one, trying to do one-to-one metrics, especially when you get far more nuance into people's trainings. I think that's also a little bit low-key, a little deep cut into things. That's how the transition between you have an experienced person who says grades don't matter as much, right? Grades become less and less, they become less and less pertinent. So oftentimes in retrospect, a lot of times when a younger person speaks to a more experienced older person, the answer about if the grades that the younger people are referring to are important to later on, that becomes a little murky, right? Because one-to-one metrics become less and less reliable as one becomes more experienced. It becomes more and more difficult to quantify how you can compare one with the other. So oftentimes that age gap is a human condition, right? The older the person gets, the farther and farther they can relate back to their younger self. So oftentimes you get that whole, oh, do grades matter? And then the older person says, oh, don't worry about it. Like 1F, that's no big deal. That kind of thing. So it becomes like a really interesting talking point. And why is this relevant? In a university setting, you could have a very senior faculty be teaching like maybe first year chemistry or something, and there can be a little bit of an emotional detachment from each. Like, yes, grades are important to these younger people, but you have to get into the mindset, because if you don't understand that motivation, you can destroy their motivation before they even get to an older you, a more experienced you. So oftentimes trivializing how important grades are can actually end up like decreasing their performance, right? So I thought about that quite a lot. Grades are quite a thing when you're used to seeing freshmen come in a lot of times in college, especially in the United States. I just, like, for example, here's one. Someone stopped by every once in a while. They are learning Japanese, right? And they're learning Japanese in their class. And they found the time. This is all they said to me. They don't have time for any other discussion, like how they feel and all that. They stop by and say, it's over. I got a 98% on my Japanese exam. I lost 2 points, even though I shouldn't have. And they're gone, right? And my only thought was, wow, 98%, that's fantastic, right? But no, that's not the point of mentioning it. It's the point of mentioning that they lost something that they should have gotten correct. That's and then you start thinking from an older perspective. It's like, it's very hard to communicate the sentiment that the value and the bigger picture in getting a 98 out of 100 versus, you know, getting a 70 out of 100 versus getting 100 out of 100. There's so many more like nebulous rippling effects of that experience. I, for one, was one of those kids for sure. Although it was very different. I contested my points back, and it led to a very fruitful discussion and learning experience with my academic advisor. So like we discussed why I lost that point. And as a reward, a lot of times my advisor awarded me points back for making a defense for my responses. So in that way, it's kind of the marrying of understanding that, yeah, you lost points, but if you make it a learning experience, oftentimes a really great instructor will also give you points back for making a learning experience. You actively learned why it can be construed as incorrect, while at the same time producing an even stronger case from that learning experience, instead of going around saying, oh, well, I lost those points, I shouldn't have, that's their fault, not my fault, moving right along, right? That's a way difference, a large difference in aptitude moving into your later career. So you just did your third lab, and I think you have enough to be able to skip the lab 4. Interesting. Do you know what lab 4 is? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the teacher said he wanted to give flexibility. Ah, okay. I think your teacher is pretty cool. Is it worth learning the older one or skip them and play newer? Are you talking about Pokemon? Oh, and you're probably asking Sub-Zero because I haven't played anything beyond beyond that. Oh, I guess I did play Fire Red though. I didn't play Leaf Green, but I played Fire Red. And 3 and worth it? Oh my gosh. That sounds that's some influencer lingo. Okay. Nanban. Okay, 鶏肉.
豚肉
Oh.
鶏肉
It's worth it.
何番
Nanban. 鶏肉.
何番
何番
一番豚肉3番鶏肉
何番
何番
番
鶏肉
何番
何番 Alright, we're gonna try to slim down the yap today because I didn't start as early today. So today is new vocab day for Chinese, so we need to give some time.
豚肉
豚肉
何番1番
8番
8番
No changes. So ban is pretty good. Okay.
鶏
鶏肉鶏
鶏肉8番3番豚肉何
番 Yeah, you guys can. Here's a art gold and a soul silver. What gen is that?
何番
All your other courses have a graded semester project though. You don't like it? I can see that.
何番豚肉何番豚肉
Whoops.
豚肉
Stop.
4番
4番
鶏肉
鶏肉
2
2番 Okay, we're close. Oriniku, Aniku, Oriniku. Okay. What Naomi? How's Naomi related?
牛肉豚肉 親切 鳥
肉豚
豚
肉あー豚肉
鶏肉、
鶏肉
鳥肉豚肉
豚肉鶏肉
あー
高校肉来
来年Oh, the group you're in. Oh, yeah, that's right. Did you get your clearance? Oh, isn't responding. Yeah, yeah. And you end up telling the prop, but turns out you can't do anything about it. Oh, that's part of the reason I don't like stuff like this. It's partly just luck, honestly. I guess. Yeah. I can see that. It's hard to know for me. With my experiences. Like, did you get assigned by your professor in your group? Or did you guys self-select into your group? That's another good question, because I don't know the nature of how it was selected. Tantan. Nando. Nando. Tantan. Nando.
何度一緒有名簡単
質問
簡単簡単
I haven't worked in a group in so long. It's weird to talk about this stuff. As far as how groups work, though, I suppose I have examples of where I was assigned a group, and then there were groups where I was, we were self-selected. And as far as I know, I do not feel like I have a good example in which I felt like there was luck involved. However, I do agree it's partly luck. Like, luck does play a role, obviously. I'm an all above kind of person. However, my sentiments about that is it's hardly luck when I suppose most of all those things ended up working out. However, I don't know how much of that is partly because of how I approach things that they work out. So that's kind of a very, very multifaceted observation. Nando.
1何度
簡単
I can talk about things that I have attempted to work with other people before, like in the last 5 years, and those went off a cliff. Like, if you think that it's largely luck now, boy, I know this sounds, it's a little bit foreboding, but there are going to be a lot of gates that you may want. Like, one is going to put up more gates in order to do a more adequate self-selection process when choosing to collaborate with other people. And the gates just, you know, the gates continue to be reformed, refined, or, you know, iterated upon as one gains more and more experience with the luck-based format that is collaborations. Self-select, but it's an elective and I didn't know anyone in the class. I see. The prof told us to group up with others of the same ambitious level, but that doesn't work because everyone will obviously say they have high ambitions, even they're slacking. Well, yeah. I know you're making it so it sounds like everyone is saying that stuff, but the onerous is how you were selecting for, right? So, like, if you're thinking about it from their perspective, then yes, you have no control over it. It is luck. And then, meanwhile, when you're saying that, when I say self-selection, is that I wouldn't talk about the things that have no control over. So, like, you have the ability, at least, and I know you say you didn't know anyone in class. That's fair. Like, you don't know anyone in class. However, there is a lot to knowing how to select without knowing the person. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to not feel like everything is luck. I would totally sympathize with someone who feels that way, largely taking the perspective that they focus on the aspects that they have no control over. You have no control over of how people depict themselves. So if they all say high ambitions, yeah, for sure. Like, that's cynicism. However, I wouldn't put it past people that everyone says high ambitions. However, that's something I can't control. So it's something that doesn't necessarily impact my decision making as much. Right? Like, I'm not worried about whether their propensity of slacking or how they perceive their slacking or their ambition. The problem here, obviously, is it might as well not be self-selection to you, since you probably are not familiar with the general class dynamics of a class that you're taking as an elective. Yeah, I would totally agree that it does feel like luck. Like, here's a different example, right? If you were in the discipline that the class was in, you might have a generalized idea or telltale signs and specific trends and characteristics that you would use as a selection factor while approaching people that is outside of whatever they tell you, right? And that makes sense. I think that is a tough spot that you're in, being that you're someone from outside the discipline, and also that the self-selection may not involve, you might specifically be in an elective where people tend to overestimate and, you know, overpromise and underperform, as opposed to like overperform and underpromise. That is kind of a lot. Who the leader of the... They gave off the impression that they were very motivated and hardworking. One is literally a leader of a technical student organization, so it's more so that you got baited. I suppose. There's a lot of Sub-Zero, like, if I had to be very forward with you, there's a lot of everyone's done you dirty, but rarely is it something that you can control. Like, so far there hasn't been anything that you mentioned that you have control over. Like, for example, they gave off that impression, so in a way I can almost see that as an inexperience on your part as well, right? It's a mutual idea that you were inexperienced in reading the person's impression. Not to say that doesn't mean they didn't overpromise and underperform. They probably did that too. Yeah, like, you know, and then obviously the person being a leader of a technical student organization did not translate to having equal motivation and hard working or something like that. It is kind of tough. Like, for example, if you go into a science group, right? Like, here's one. If I offer you two groups, like, one group has 5 PhD candidates in it, and then the other group has 4 undergrads. Which group would you pick to do an undergrad project? That this is a terrible generalization, but sometimes like the qualifications do not coincide with the appropriate mindset for the task. So like sometimes knowing that someone is a leader of an organization might not necessarily have the group dynamics of the thing you're doing, right? And the more qualified they are in certain things like that, the less likely that they'll probably be out of their element in it. I'm not saying that's what happened. These are like possibilities, like things that would go through my head. Like for example, someone who thinks they're very, very good at leading hangs out with the same 5 people and they play this video game, right? I'm using an actual example. I'll let people guess what example it is. So let's just say this one person, he thinks this person knows that they're the best at this game because they always complete things when they're released and they're the first ones to clear. And they say that they're really good at leading and helping other people. When you look at the person's track record, when they clear things and show that they are competent, it's generally with the same 4 other people. So yes, this person leads and it's a technical success and whatnot, but constantly being paired up or in a group of competent, like-minded people does not make that person a better leader. So that it can become a trap in its own, like a double edge, where like a person who's leading a specialized organization is probably going to, you want to fingers crossed that specialized organization has something to do with the type of group that you're in now. I can't tell you how many times like a so-called expert who's really, really good at teaching other people who are also incredibly motivated and specialized in the same thing, and then you get them to teach or lead a group that shares rarely any characteristics with the people that they're used to, and their comment would be, oh, it's not my problem, it's everyone else's problem because they're not good enough to be led by me. That happens a lot. So in a way, it still comes down to luck. I totally agree with you in this case because you have no basis to actually know any of this stuff. At the same time, it is a lesson within itself, as Cozy says. It's funny. Okay, here's a silver lining, Sub-Zero. I'm trying to not say that your life is going to be filled with these situations. I think there are times that there will be people who will surprise you, right? So I don't know how cynical you may become or where you are in your life, but losing faith in working with other people, I don't want people to lose that, because yeah, these like situations build up and they can cause someone to shut people out, like, you know, shut people out. And I totally get it. Honestly, the bad experiences are what resonates the most because of the human condition, right? You kind of, but that's how you'll also discover what you're going through now is going to be a process that may or may not change ever in your future, and yet that is probably going to be the place where you will find collaborators and partners for life, kind of thing. But you can control what you do, though. Yeah. Let the bums be bums or be a leader and push them. I don't see it as a lesson because you generally don't see how I could avoid this happening in the future. The only clue I had to go off of was the fact that I knew One was in a student and I knew nothing about anyone else other than seeing the back of their heads in class. It seems like a natural choice. I think there's a miscommunication here, Sub-Zero. And I'm going to use Cozy's language. It is a lesson within itself. So your lesson is to avoid the exact lesson, in my opinion. So you see a lesson, in my opinion, here we go. You see a lesson as something you have to be able to control. The lesson here is there are things you aren't able to control. And you use the things you can control to either cope or utilize what you can't control. So the very nature that you say you don't see as a lesson because you have no control is the lesson, in my opinion. The life lesson that I'm trying to encourage. Like, there are going to be times you spin the wheel and not only will you hit high, you can hit low. And in this case, you did hit low. But you're choosing not to use it as a lesson because you had no control over it. Yeah, the lesson is probably keep happening in life. Like, problems keep happening in life. So I'm sorry for your outcome and whatnot. Yeah, that kind of sucks. It sucks in general. Like, no one, having conflicts of interest is conflicts of interest. You've been getting a lot of these lessons. Well, we wouldn't be having this discussion if you didn't have that happening. So here's the thing, right? I want to tell you that one can slowly enrich for this, right? I want to tell you that these things will decrease in frequency. It goes back to what I mentioned yesterday. It's like it often, the human condition would make it feel like it's like 2 or 3 times harder to have something you genuinely love, like something good and lucky to happen to you, than the impact of the stacking negative experiences. And if there's anything I can try to reinforce, is the idea that when the good thing happened, right? When the good thing happened, I genuinely do feel like it may be worth continuing to stay open-minded. and I hope that happens soon, Sub-Zero. It seems like you've got a long string of not so great ones. But don't let the human spirit die, I suppose. And I feel the same about Cozy. Cozy had a string of bad days, right? A string of bad days. And I guess the quote-unquote lesson here is, if you survive it and you have a good day, it's totally worth. Anyway, it's more so a rant to elaborate on why you don't like these graded semester projects. That's fair, because you can't control those factors. Yeah, because stuff like this incorporates luck, which don't belong in grading. Yeah, fair enough. I know it happens in the real workforce, but it wouldn't be neglected the same way if I told the manager that a dude wasn't responding. Ugh. You would expect that. I would say yes. You wouldn't expect that level. Man, I'm gonna sound like such a cynic for saying this. So this level that you're saying, right? Right now you're the elective person, so your standard is up here and their standard might be down here. And that's not to say one is better than the other. It's that expectations, right? So these are the expectations. Their expectation is this. So they could actually view themselves as average. And your expectation can be viewed as average here. However, when the two of you meet, your expectation is that your expectations aren't met, but they're upholding their average. right? Now we're going to fast forward. We're going to fast forward to the professional field. So I'd like to think that as you become more experienced, your standards is going to go up, right? Then one day when you enter a workforce, this might be the standard, which is slightly above where your older standard was, but now you're experienced, right? Your standard goes up, and there's a chance you're going to meet a lower average standard again. And while this delta might not seem as big in terms of this delta as in how you feel, like how disappointed you are in the neglect, right? This delta here is going to feel like this, because as one standard goes up, the change in the delta gets smaller, right? Like, say if one expert think they're really good and then someone is slightly better, like say a 0.3 delta, this 0.3 delta is a measure of getting out of the valley of despair, right? So this resolution is going to feel really big. The reason why I say this is after going into like a more specialized field, the criticisms become even harsher. Like you become even more disappointed a lot of times, far more, because your standards continue to go up, and then the difference between the standards to achieve those differences become harder and harder. So at some point, it's going to feel, relatively speaking, if your mindset continues to stay the same, your mindset is that they're equally, if not even more disappointing to you by the time you get there. I know this sounds very cynical. My counter to this is, I hope you love your job. I hope you love like the things you do, and then the people around you, you might find it that you like enjoy being around people not solely based on their performance, right? Or what they can do objectively, right? And that would be cool. We'll find out in like 5 or 10 years. Like I have different concerns, right? Me and my coworker, we definitely have different standards. My colleagues and I had different standards. And when I was younger, I usually based it on performance or their potential output. And if that was the case, our lab wouldn't have been together. Like the people in the lab, that would not have worked, because we totally have different standards. And that's kind of what I'm trying to discourage, I suppose, a little bit, or offer an alternative. Like, yeah, people are people. It's much like if a kid comes here and says like Ohio Phantom Tax all of a sudden, like, well, my expectation is perhaps they would say something else. However, yeah, let's try to work with it. If there's time, let's try to work with it. It might not always. It's definitely you're gonna cut your losses in decision making, but I'm hopeful. I see what you mean. The performance is never the issue in your opinion. It's the communication mainly. Getting ignored and not meeting up is what I don't like about the group mostly. It's just disrespectful. Yeah, that's part of the performance. So for me, I know you're separating performance from communication, but communication is like, for me, top 1 to 3 properties of group work in performance is communication. So yeah, I totally agree with you. They're not the same. Like, you and I have different, like, maybe performance to you is output, right? But communication is an input. It's largely an input thing, right? So I select people based on input. time, like their capacity for input. And then afterwards, output needs to meet my expectations. But a lot of times, thinking about a group's potential before they go often overlooks their potential in their input. Like, I prefer to take a talkative person, like a talkative person who's not necessarily able to output. Like, maybe this person has a bad grade or something, like not mediocre grades, for example. However, this person is willing to input, right, for communication, like in a group setting. I would agree, yeah. And yeah, it does suck when you have no communication. So it's kind of like picking a superstar. Like, for example, someone who published a lot of articles. I'm not saying this is a real thing, but I do have some anecdotal experiences. But someone who published a lot of articles, but you know that this guy's world is centered around them. So if I were to collaborate with this person, I'm unlikely to collaborate with this person, right? However, this person's a superstar. So even if I don't collaborate with this person's going to be successful. That's fair, right? So lots of my selection cues are not based on things that may actually lead to someone who's unlikely, who tends to sideline communication, right? You don't have to communicate if everyone cares about what you do, honestly. Like, if I had to say something like, if you're very important already, you don't necessarily have to work on communicating why you're important. You don't have to practice that too much, actually. You practice it a lot less than someone who's trying to make a name. Like, trying to make a name or having to work on their communication in order to reach something, right? It's not all black and white, obviously. I'm offering some spare perspective. Like, if I looked at you and you looked at me, like, say, like, I walked into your class and this is my first year. I have no idea what I'm doing. However, I approached you and said, hey, can you help me out? I know nothing about this stuff, but I am going to learn this stuff. A person who's based on expectations and performance will say, well, this person's going to have to learn all that stuff. That means I'm going to have to teach them, or I'm going to have to carry their lack of knowledge. Like, well, yeah, that would be a selection factor based on performance, right? And you have to negotiate that, right? Personally, if someone approached me to be my group, I'm more likely to accept them than someone who I have to approach. That's kind of another thing too. Initiative gives away a little bit too. I think a lot of times people who are successful don't need to initiate very much anymore, right? People who are very established, I guess. Anyways, some extra things. Like, I think that's kind of what interviews do a lot of times. I'm very biased though. And does that lead to a 100% success rate? No, absolutely not. There are individuals who are silver-tongued, and they walk, but they don't. They talk, but they don't walk very well, right? It does happen. So out of your control. Does it happen outside of your course? What do you like? Your choices, etc. happen. That's a sucky experience, though.
簡単
What the heck is that? It's wait. Dokshin, right? Ah, Dokshin. Dokshin, singular. Single.
独身
Dokshin.
半分
한분.
何度
난도.
簡単
간단. Oops,
簡単 何
간말.
何度
Overqualified. Yep. That has most definitely happened to me. Well, yeah, I think a lot of times overqualified overlaps with over specialized. So good at doing certain things, but once the conditions slightly change, all derails. And I say disclaimers to exclude myself a lot of times, in the form of quote unquote overqualified, but more like over specialized. Like when someone asks me about, this happens quite often anecdotally, like someone would approach me and say, "Oh, you know about viruses, right?" And then they would start talking to me about the influenza virus, and I'm like, sorry, like I have no idea. Like I'm sorry, like I'm specifically, I know quite a bit about retroviruses and whatnot, but influenza, that sounds like a nightmare. I can explain all the things I don't know about influenza, so there's far more things that I don't know about influenza to be comfortable in it. And because I specialized so much in retroviruses, I did not have time for DNA viruses like influenza. So being like too focused. That happens quite a lot, actually.
何度
Nando.
ど
You can still do generalizations. However, I would make the disclaimer like, okay, grain of salt. This is the stuff I know. There are a lot of stuff I don't know. However, I can make a comment about so and so.
大切
大切.大切. 大切.
質問
I hope you have a better experience. Actually, are you done with that project, by the way? Not really. It's just move it ditched where if a friend screws you over like that, I'll just go ghost. If it happens in uni, then I'm stuck with a problem and have to force it through the semester. And life goes on. And honestly, this is a consolation prize. I know of an example. Oh, it's due in 12 days. I know this is a consolation thing, but I make it my task to demonstrate that I did this. I did these things. And then because those are the things I can control, right? So I make a literal case and a literal example of that work to my professor. So like, yeah, sure, you can't not work. Technically, you can't work with it, but there are things you can do. You can make your portion of the grade. And then you're going to say, but that would make their grade better. Like, well, yes, but their grade is better because of you. Right? So that is something you can control. Now, will that mean that those people are like, oh, they're benefiting from your work? Well, yes. However, it's something you can't control, so you're not going to focus on that. You're going to focus on the thing you can do now, which is do the parts as best as you can, and then you can illustrate to the professor later on, like, well, this is most of my after the fact as well. Once after the fact, now you actually have literal evidence of what happened, what transpired. So you can't convince someone about what ifs, which is what's happening here, right? You're making the promise. It's a action based on special treatment and promise, right? If the professor lets you do this, then they would technically in a position to offer that alternative to everyone else, right? And then they're already evaluating everyone else based on the non-controllable situation. It's kind of like suggesting that if you bought a lottery ticket and somehow because the machine screwed up and picked the wrong numbers for you, you are entitled to change the odds, but you already mentioned that lottery is completely luck. So it doesn't actually matter what the numbers are. What happens if the machine screwed up and gave you the winning numbers? Then you would have to discard that number too because it was a special circumstance, right? So playing devil's advocate here, if everything's based on luck and paying attention to the thing that you don't have control over, ironically, it's going to control your life, or it is very likely to control your life. And I say good riddance. Forget that part and go kick its butt. so, lottery is all numbers, not luck. I think we're talking about like math this time versus the perception of luck. Sub-Zero's talk about how luck is not necessarily the same thing as lottery, but I was using an inappropriate analogy for the feeling of luck. Lesson is still happening, but yeah, it won't bother you because uni isn't. So that's what I mean. Like, it sucks, right? It sucks. Don't let it win. You know, Sub-Zero, don't let it win. Like, it's not worth it. Like, you elaborate and you're like sharing it with us. That's great. Like, you should share that because then you don't have to be angry about it anymore, right? And then my task, at least in my opinion, my goal is to convince you or try to like show in an encouraging way, because that stuff, nah, yeah, you just burn the bridge, go ghost mode, and yeah, now you do your best, right? Part of me is petty AF that if I do good, that means they do good. Yeah, see, that's you need someone else, right? Like, I'm gonna tell you, if you did good and they got good grades for it, that's because you did good. That's it. That's the thing that controls, right? Yes, they're going to get like quote unquote rewarded for your hard work, but that only means you did even better, right? Like, that's the self-identifying thing. I know it can be hard because yeah, the pettiness, you use the word petty, and that's kind of how it feels from the outside. However, if I were in your position, I would still feel that too. I would feel the same way. And yet it is definitely your choice to let that consume you, or know that you are better than that. And again, emphasizing, it takes about it often feels 2 to 3 times harder to do the bigger thing than the small thing. That's why it's often called the bigger thing, I suppose. But yeah, it sucks. Group projects, that's what happens. I've been in 2 or 3 collaborations, right, in the past 5 years. One of the collaborations, let's just say when you get associated as a group, right, just by name alone, you get fallout from all the names involved. So a lot of times, the last time I've been in a collaboration, it was with a lot of people with a lot of names, and anytime something terrible happens, or like something like gossipy or dramatic happens with the other people, I would be associated with that. Like, people would ask me like, "Oh, did you know what happened?" Like, no, I don't. Like, we're working on we're working kind of on like adjacent to each other, but we don't know each other. Like, we don't hang out or talk or anything. But that doesn't stop things you can't control, right? So that happens a lot. fallout from name pick is the worst. Yeah. So a lot of times I have tried that a couple times, and I totally understand about trying to solo it, and I still do to this day. Like, even here's a petty thing that I'll share myself. Some people might see this as petty or paranoid. I've been called paranoid recently. When someone says, "Oh yeah, I wanted to raid you," like, you know, what? Hey, by the way, this so and so wanted to raid you. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I just don't do raids. Like, I would, if you would like me to explain, I could probably explain in a very cogent way. However, I wanted to tell you the short answer is I don't do raids, because raids led to specific things that happened prior, and I prefer to know the person and then allow them to share raids together in advance, right? So if someone approaches me, as in the person that is a content creator approaches me and we become friends, then we do that. Secondhand conversations from other people that quote unquote are choosing to represent that person, it's not the person I want to talk to. So that has happened. And yeah, those are the lessons. I thought it was cool. You know, you might be thinking, oh yeah, raids are always beneficial. That's expectation that comes from people who, in my opinion, are inexperienced, kind-hearted, and optimistic, possibly also naive, but, you know, with kind intentions, however inexperienced. Right? Unless the teacher has a good setup for people who would be good together, from the teacher seeing how each person is. Yeah, and you don't get that luxury as a teacher, especially in the college setting, in like the university setting. It's tough. I love the idea of like teachers following you on the years, but the academic advisor is probably the most structured when it comes to like westernized things. I almost feel like homeroom teachers are kind of like wonderful in that way too. What helps is trying to remind myself that there has been times where you've been lucky. Yes, like professors rounding up a score or anything similar. So it's not completely one-sided. Yeah, I see it as the devil's way of, yes, chiming in to level out the playing field. Yeah, and I'm trying to be quote unquote devil's advocate here, right? I remind myself of all the times I'm lucky, because, or even some people say the things that I say that are lucky aren't even lucky. Like they would say, oh no, that's not luck, you work hard for it. It's like, well, yes and no, you know, like so many things happen, and that to me makes it so your life isn't miserable about things you can't control. It's really sucky if you go down the line, in my opinion. You don't need that in your life, honestly. Like, boy, if I can tell you how many times I've had this sort of discussion with even far different contexts, like being cut from a improv video game group, that this discussion comes up, right? Like, oh, the 4 guys said that you're not interesting and they cut you out of the group. And then that person would say, well, you see, I don't have control over it because like I only knew one of the friends, and then the other through like, go find a new friend group. I'm sure there will be some more out there. Let's go find it together. Like, now you know who to select. All the people you know in that group, write down all the information you know. Like, what didn't work, what did work, who cut you out, why was that the case? It's a lesson in learning things you can't control, right? All that stuff, you didn't know it was happening, or there were a lot of things you didn't know. Write that all down, or as much as you can, and go and find your next group, right? If you want to, of course. You want to build yourself up in order to do it, but waiting for too long can also make it nearly impossible to ever do it again. Then you have individuals who, in my opinion, I don't want to paint too much of a bleak picture. A person who's a loner and one day they'll look around and they have zero support system. Some people are perfectly willing to accept being a loner, and those are some rare breeds of people. However, I feel like that sounds like a very not ideal place for the vast majority of people, where they burned so many bridges and they decided maybe next time I'll do, and then they continue to convince themselves that they won't try again. And then, you know, you get to a point where you spend more than half your life alone. That's kind of sucky, at least in my opinion. And then when you're in trouble, right, what does your support system? This is going way too deep into the other end. I still feel like it starts with these types of experiences, and it kind of sucks that it starts at a university. I feel like group projects are probably where all of that starts. Like if you trace back, there are a lot of first things, and I think group project, working with people and sharing ideas and stuff, is often, the earlier you do it, the more chances you have of encountering a positive outcome that may offset all the negative outcome. However, if you don't try long enough for a positive outcome, then all is for naught a lot of times. It is all for naught. Or it feels like it's all for naught, right? Like, oh man, it's always this. Group experiences are always the worst. And I don't blame them. I really don't. It's like waiting for the lottery. Sorry, it's a bad analogy, but it's like waiting to get lucky. If you don't ever get lucky, then luck doesn't exist. You're just unlucky all the time. And that sucks. Break your lessons won't happen again.
簡単
Yeah, stack the cards, you know? Well, let's do this gambling game. Stack the cards. Just stack the cards. Easier said than done. Obviously, easier said than done. I hope your next group project isn't... I hope that doesn't happen in your next group project. That's something that is very encouraging, right? Yeah. Mind you, this wouldn't be a problem if the project was pass or fail and you're like, I probably wouldn't care. Yeah. Understandable. I know, you mentioned the whole graded thing. Yeah. It wouldn't matter as much. You could use it, it can even encourage a learning experience. Right? If you didn't care about like the performance side of things, it might actually lead you to trying to remediate or encounter like offer other alternatives. And that's largely why I totally agree with a more flexible grading system when it comes to balance how uncontrollable those things are, right? Like flexibility, a lot of times, here's one last point. Sometimes people think flexibility, nurturing, and being like accommodating can lead to mediocrity. It can lower standards. However, that's like a blanketed statement. I think that's an overgeneralization. There are situations which you showed, one of the situations which I technically take advantage of a lot of times, in terms of like getting people to meet each other, is the idea that when interpersonal skills and communication points at collaboration, a lot of times flexibility allows one to innovate a lot more, like become more emergent when it comes to the association of a bigger group of people. So what I mean by that is, like in video games, for example, if you create a system of tools that are far more lax, knowing that your system is going to have input from a larger group, that's incorporating a more flexible system that meets the flexibility and diversity of the group. So yes, a well-oiled machine can be incredibly terrible for a diverse group. a diverse system, i.e. the grading system or the requirements, and it's designed to meet the diversity of the group, can create emergent properties. And those emergent properties can break the system. Like, it can go beyond what the system produces. So, case in point, if you like gaming, Legend of Zelda, Minecraft, right? Now think about it this way though. If you know your target group is like the Souls community, then Minecraft is a system that's incredibly inappropriate. Like, if you know what I mean, like that's a different type of creativity. That's a different type of emergent property. Like, FromSoft developed a different type of flexibility that has rails where there are rails and no rails where there are no rails. And Minecraft doesn't have rails where there might, and that's, yeah. And you might be thinking, well, that sounds like luck. It's like, yeah, it does sound like, doesn't it? Because that's also something you can't control as a person. You are given a system, right? You are a well-established system, and then you work within that system, and occasionally you get a chance to flex outside of that system. Yeah. That's bureaucracy, standardization, large group systems. Those things do not change dynamically as quickly versus the individual level. And your individualism has to be expressed somewhere else. It starts with demonstrating how how people around you always think you're a really, really happy person. Hello there, IU. Hello there. We're in the middle of a banter. I think we're gonna refocus now. And that's why the school system isn't good anymore for what it was years ago. Yeah, large systems take quite a lot of time to reform.
簡単
1 and 8. Oh yeah, I know. We're having a chat, IU. Yeah, I understand what the answer is. It's fine.
簡単有名なん
何個何度 sorry 何度 okay. Say 簡単
簡単
一緒
一緒
簡単
簡単
何度
何度
何枚
何枚
はい
灰色 whoops I used the Chinese. All right, we really need to complete this lesson though. Good chat though. Sorry, in case I am streaming both on Twitch. I'm streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, and you don't have to tell me the answers. I already know the answer. That's perfectly fine. This isn't like a backseat lesson or like that. Yeah, I know it's 2. Please, like, if you're gonna continue doing this, I'm gonna have to time you out. Yeah, this isn't a like a backseat learning experience, IU. Just so you know, in case to clarify. All right, I guess we'll just call this a day. I gave you a warning, and that's about it. Thanks. Hopefully you find a streamer that you enjoy and understand how language learning works. But yeah, good luck. It's not meant to be. You and I are different people, so good luck with finding out someone who's more willing to listen to your impatient inputs.
何回
Okay, and that's not the right response, by the way. That's not 2.
何番
It's Namban. 1.
何枚
Nanmai. Nanban. Maku is backseat gaping his own stream. Maku going through the uncontrolled lesson of backseat. In this case, yeah, I mean, I can control it. Listen, Sub-Zero, you're in my house right now. Don't make me control you. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Or am I? What if I told you I have been manipulating you since the first time we met? I'm kidding. Actually, don't like. I hope that didn't raise any weirdness, but I don't do that. Like, I don't do that. At least every ounce of my being finds that repulsive. So, big disclaimer. I actually have incredibly low tolerance for anyone who has aptitude in understanding how humans behave and use that to abuse people. So I have a really low tolerance for that. It's actually something, if I have a short list of things I don't tolerate very well, and that's one of them. So actually, most of the time, my mania when I'm like not streaming and stuff, my mania is being afraid that I did that accidentally. Like, for example, removing someone's free will by manipulating them, if you know what I mean. Like, you can convince someone, you can incredibly gaslight someone to believing that they are good at something or feel good, and sometimes I am afraid that's what I do unintentionally. Like, you can still, it's not gaslighting anymore if it's unintentional. Like, lots of arguments about this, but sometimes you may want something so much for someone, and yet they didn't choose to do it. And to me, that constitutes as unintentional gaslighting. However, most people think that gaslighting is something intentional, orchestrated, and must be malicious of intent. And I totally get that. So it's not gaslighting, but manipulating someone. And I think people who know what they can do with words and the way you can articulate things and manipulate people, I think they are their worst enemy. As in, I'm not saying I'm particularly great at it. I think I'm pretty decent at convincing people how to like want to do things and be better and whatnot, or like learn something. However, because of that, it's the most scariest thing too. Like, when you see abusive relationships, when you look and hear people's stories, you want to intervene. However, it's not your place. So there's like a lot of responsibility, at least in my opinion. Even when I'm not that great at doing these type of things, like therapies and like, there's a reason why therapists are therapists and coaches and whatnot. The more you learn how potentially devastating or fragile you can make people, the scarier and scarier you're wondering. Like, every day you come online and you say something, like, what is the impact and consequence of that? I think about that every day, like every single day. Like, what happens if I keep saying oh yeah, language learning is really easy? What happens if I say that for like 300 days straight? What are the consequences of what I'm doing to myself and to everyone else around me? Like, that's kind of the nature of it. I don't want to go into that either, but know that I would probably beat myself up far more than anyone else convincing me that I'm trying to manipulate them, because that's part of my compulsion. I have a really terrible obsession, like a compulsive obsession of worrying about how my words and my way of looking at things can unintentionally strong arm someone into doing something, and if their failure becomes my failure, as in like Sub-Zero, if you have a really, really terrible, like the next group experience you have is absolutely terrible, and then you blame me for it because I was trying to be like a little bit more resistant or otherwise, I would probably internalize that a bit. It would be a weak spot, right? So that's the kind of thing that I feel teachers I'm blaming both you guys. That's kind of the trust system that's very hard to do. Like when someone asks me to help them with something, the fear of doing that, like your success becomes my success. That's great. Everyone wins. But your failure also becomes my failure. And that is devastating. So when people ask me for help, it's the fear of failing the person that keeps me from trying not to fail, right? Like if I'm like 200% because someone approached me, yes, I do care about that person. It's very different though. The thing is, when you ask me for help, that yes to I'll help you means that we share the responsibility of our success, right? And our failures. So the failing part is exponentially powerful, at least in my opinion. Like from, let's just say from a Japanese and Chinese like faith culture, like if you're accepting to help someone, from then on, if they fail, the failure is reflected on you too. It's not the same culturally in all cultures. Sometimes, you know, like in the westernized culture, like Americanized culture really, if you're helping, you're doing something extra. So if it didn't work out, it's not your fault because you're helping. You're quote unquote just helping them, right? And that's like internet commentary. That's like the stranger that comes by and say, just so you know, Duolingo sucks, right? Like Duolingo sucks. I'm just trying to help you. That's not something I can't empathize with. I have very, very low tolerance to it, and I make it clear that I have low tolerance to that type of thing, where we're in it together. When you say I'm just helping, and it's your funeral, that kind of thing, where you're not being compassionate. You're not a person who's sharing the load. You're not, like, you can be kind and have kind intent, however, you're not assuming liability. It's easy to just give advice. It's different when you're trying to help someone. I know I'm being like a stickler and nuance, but when you choose to help someone, it's very different than just giving advice. And when someone asks me for help, the fear kicks in. And so I typically don't actually say that I can help someone if I'm not like overcoming the fear that I might not be able to help them. So I must know a lot about something to say that, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. I'm not saying I willy-nilly accept everything. The first thing would come out is disclaimers. I would immediately tell you what I don't know how to do. So if any of those things that I can't do strikes a red flag, thank goodness, because that would come up eventually, right? If someone asks me, oh, how do I make $100,000? Well, let's start by telling you how bad I am at making money. I will help you if making a lot of money is not your priority. So is that a deal breaker, right? Because it's a fear. And that's where therapists don't add personal to it. Yeah, true. No, but honestly, I thought about this. My preventive method moving forward will be to carefully select electives based on if there are group projects involved. Oh yeah, that's a great way. even if it's a course that you're interested in, because it's like so devastating. So now you're like, what that tells me is that it goes beyond your selective interest. You want the group, like you want a natural, like you want a great like personal experience prior to the selective like semantics of things. That's interesting. And you just know that it will be counterproductive because you will risk draining all your motivation for a subject that you might even like to. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's a very healthy response. Slightly avoidant, but also healthy. Slightly avoidant. Slightly. But that is certainly a thing that would place that thing under your control. Can you even tell that? Do they tell you about group projects before you select electives?
何度
Oh, I guess you can go to like the first day and then drop it, right? You can always drop the course before it gets too late. Like you can go in for the first couple of days and like, oh yeah, there's a lot of group projects. Pass. Or something like that.
何度
Ando. Hey, avoidant, yes, but I can say that I'm less motivated for this course now that I was prior at least. Oh, I see. That's fair. Yeah. Minimizing more baggage is a fantastic way to go about it though. Yes.
何度
Nando. Let's see. Nando.
何番
Namban sounds like number one. Even though I was asking what number.
何時
Nanji. Nanji.
3枚何
Nanmai. Yeah, usually it says on the course subscription for each year. It isn't always accurate though, so you could get baited. You have a trial period at university too, right? Although it will take up your elective slots and then, you know, other electives can fill up. However, you can still swap out of it. You mentioned that before when you were deciding whether to stick with 2 electives or bail on one of the electives. Actually, is this class one of those 2 electives that we were talking about a little bit back? When you're like, I kind of like maybe I'll stay with this, but maybe I won't. And then I think you elected, for lack of a better word, you elected to go forward with both. Or you ended up keeping the one that you were thinking, I might back out of this because of like a lot of prerequisite related things.
何枚
None mine. In theory, you can sign up to as many electives as you want. So what I usually do is sign up to a lot, then narrow it down. Yeah. Empirical selection. If you have that flexibility, I totally do the same thing too. You know, it's disproportionate how much reward you'll get by being able to do that. That's great. No, this isn't that course. Okay, this course is actually mandatory. Oh, okay. I see. I'm starting to get a more complete picture of what is frustratingly ambivalent about this. Not only is it like there's so many things about not having choice in this, and when you are obligated to do something, standards go way up, and betrayal is like, you know, disappointment is gonna go up with it, like in an opposite direction. Like it's a mandatory program, so your standard is gonna be up, and then, you know, there's group things, standard is gonna be up. So there's so many things that would elevate an expected standard for it, like to be satisfactory, and it's all coming together. Well, gotta kick it in the butt. Show that you can. Oh wait, you know what? Here we're gonna go back one last time to the lottery example. Show that you can compute the winning numbers. I mean, your group members won't have to care about it. They won't know. Well, they might know. Who knows? They might know. Okay. I'm not saying this is going to happen. There were times where I have done a group project alone, and after the fact, I was apologized to because they knew how little work, they recognized that how little work they did do. That doesn't mean I worked with them ever again. However, that was an interesting consolation prize. Like a consolation of like knowing that, well, it's pretty clear that they are aware. And obviously I was young back then. There's no room for me to have the expedited experience to say that, well, you know that if you continue doing it this way, the odds of you being successful in the future goes down the poop chute. If we are to become group members again, I like to believe that the next time you go into a group situation, maybe this can be a learning lesson for all of us. That's what happened. Like legitimately that happened before, where it was fairly clear that the only reason we got an A was that no one else was doing any work outside myself. And maybe one other person. But that person was having a lot of problems. We had like a mishmash of, it was one person who didn't have a group to work with, so then they joined our group, and things like that can happen still. So can happen, like the silver lining situation can happen, like a Homar moment. And no, that other course is super chill actually. Oh, okay, it works similar to the lab with the 4 labs. No graded semester project. Instead, there are 10 assignments and you need a total of 60 out of 100. Like the computer course I got baited with, it was meant to be hardware side and network, etc., but they added programming to it. But the teacher tutor knew I knew a lot. He allowed me to help the class. Aw, that's kind of neat. Extra. Yeah, so definitely don't I don't want to sound like it's going to happen. However, it could happen. It is a possibility. And I really hope my former group members, whoever they are, I actually don't remember their names anymore. That's how, like, to me, it was a little bit tougher to remember the actual group members' names. But it was back in high school. Hopefully they became great group members. Never know. One day, like, someone worked so hard in your stead and they dwarfed you, right? And they got a wake-up call. It can happen too. You won't feel the reward from it. Actually, sometimes you don't even know if the things you've done that tangentially reminded someone way down the line, right? I'm starting to sound like some spiritual leader. I'm sorry if that's the case. I'm sounding a little too optimistic. Obviously, it could happen the same way. Like, those people probably forgot who I am, much like I forgot their name, right? I don't remember those people's names. They probably don't remember. However, if we had to take it from a egotistical manner, I'm more likely to be remembered than me remembering their name. If you know what I mean. Largely due to the context of the outcome of the project, right? Like, there is a higher chance that I left an impression on the situation than someone who could care less about the situation, right? I made it, I mean, like, it wasn't my point to make myself impressive. I did my best, and as a result of it, it could leave an impression on someone else. So yes, it sucks that other people, but in my opinion, one day, if you're doing your best and it's pretty clear that other people aren't, you can get lucky too. And then someone will say, you do know that you got a bad grade here, but I see what's happening here. You want to come and work with us, as opposed to the others, right? So merit does generate some semblance of luck. They need someone who can do things so they will look upon you. Yeah. And I know this sounds bitter. Oof. I hope this doesn't happen in the future as well, where you get so deep in bitterness a lot of times that when when you have a chance to refuse to help someone, it gives you great righteous indignation and satisfaction to refuse to help them. I have been tempted by that a couple of times in my life, where like long story short, you know the movies that have like, oh yeah, you see this bully by refusing to help someone. Yeah, the same people. Sub-Zero. Like what I mean is, here's my anecdotal story. I did have the privilege of knowing what happened to my high school bully 15 years later. Like where they are, what they're doing. I have cross. I was thinking in general. Oh no, that would be really evil. Like well, technically you don't have satisfaction if it's not personal. If you know what I mean. Like if you're not a sociopath, for example, not a sociopath, normal person, usually the satisfaction comes from it being personal, right? The motivation and temptation and the reward comes from something personal. If it's anyone general, it will have less of an impact. So this particular one is a personal thing. You know, the movies and stuff where you hear like, oh yeah, this kid is bullying this kid. And then they always talk about how, you know, the kid that's being bullied will be the leader of tomorrow. They will be like a successful person. Meanwhile, this kid bullying will be stuck in the same place. And just so happens that is what happened. An opportunity in my life. And no, it did not resolve like the Revenge of the Nerds or something like that. My life has made me feel like I wanted to go out of my way to help that person because I had no idea. And then there's the other cliche, right? That person ended up, I learned a lot more about how crappy that person's life was when they were my high school bullies. So all I got out of that was that it was a lose situation. No one was winning in that situation. So yeah, cue all the cliches, right? Now the bullied becomes the person who has the satisfaction to reject the person who bullied them. Or you can do the perspective where that person, they make good and they become friends later. There's so many variances of that, and it did happen in my life. Actually twice. It happened twice in my life. I actually know what became of one of my high school bullies, and I actually encountered them as well in a very stereotypical place. And it gave me the opportunity, right? Like here's the thing. People around me at the time joked about becoming the bully. Like what I mean by that is they jokingly said, oh man, it would be so satisfying if I could throw my wealth and my success at them, at their face now that the role is reversed. And my only thought was, wait, what? I think that, to me, obviously, this is my own opinion, that kind of makes it so that I don't know which one's worse. Like, if you know what I mean, like it's one of those things that 5 things, things that I have low tolerance for. That's one of those things too. Where like retribution or righteous indignation. It's great to fuel one's own ambitions, like to prove someone wrong for your own satisfaction. However, role reversing and proving one is correct at the expense of the other person, that's when in my opinion, I tend to draw the line. So like proving someone wrong gives you self-satisfaction, right? Proving something that will bring harm to the person, like defamation or malicious witch hunting, that type of thing, that's crossing the line for me personally. So yeah, that situation has happened, which I don't know where we were going with that. Oh, that's kind of the ripple effect of things. The ripple effect. So yeah, in your mind, you could call me naive. If I'm in a group and I continue to make the best of it, even though I know that it's going to be not the best it can be because of group things, if I'm making the best of it, it can only get better from what I have control over. If I spend most of my efforts focus on things I can't control, it can only get worse. If you know what I mean. So, since you don't have control over it, making it worse is going to suck even more. So a sucky situation becomes suckier. Jesus helped a blind man who wasn't good to Jesus. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's an apt message. Yeah. So if nothing becomes of your efforts, right? You still made the effort, and I kind of like that idea. I like that. At least you can be proud, even though pride can be a little sinful. At least you can be proud of what you tried to do, what you had control over. Yeah. Sometimes pride can be very, very helpful. You know, moderation, pride can be very helpful situationally. None. Okay. let's get back to our lesson.
何番
Non-button. Sorry, I digress. So, whoops.
何枚
So much. These conversations are so I have so much to say about it. Yeah, I big digressed. Big digress.
100枚、
100枚。100枚。
何回？
Oh,
交番。何枚？
枚。
何
何番。
番なん
Let's see. 4番。牛肉。
牛肉
I'm gonna stream or catch up later. Yeah, I might consider catching up later on this because I don't want to go past midnight. So
4番
it's close enough.
4番
I was gonna stop in 5 minutes and then move on to my Chinese lesson after taking a bathroom break. Yeah. No worries. Extra. Read all about it. Hey Arnold reference. Specifically. I know it can be anything, but the one that I hear, extra, read all about it, it's a very specific paperboy from Hey Arnold.
牛肉4番
4番.
1番
It's in other shows and stuff. For sure, like the paperboy thing.
豚肉
豚肉
2
2番.
4番
番
4
4
番
牛肉
牛肉
4番
4番.
4番1番
This used to be the thing that we're talking about in the digressions. It's actually the thing that I thought I was going to stream. Like, I thought that was the content that I wanted to make in the future. However, it's very difficult to do that streaming unless you had some sort of like following, right? Like, and what I mean by following, I mean like professional credibility and whatnot. So we then pivoted to like using platforms of engagement while making that stuff relevant. This used to be what I thought I was going to do for a while, actually.
一番
However, it's pretty safe to say that people don't care about this stuff. Like, they're not looking for this. Statistically, it's not to say it's not valuable. I'm not downplaying what I think is valuable. At the same time, I'm acknowledging that statistically it's not. No one wants to sit here and unpack, right? It's a public forum as well, so we have to be very careful. It can be very exhausting.
一番
Yeah, it's a very niche market. Incredibly niche. Actually, the people that I like, that I watch, that actually do this type of thing, is after years of cultivating engagement-based things, and then they pivoted into this market because it's becoming more and more of a topical thing. So it's well-established individuals who've had a lot more topical establishments leaning into this market, where you're talking and sharing about specifically focusing on exchanging as many perspectives as possible. With wider perspective comes a feeling of control, right? A feeling of options, as opposed to offering the right or wrong answer. Knowing there's options makes it's like the weight gets redistributed, right? When someone tells you this sucks, I had no control, like all of these bad things, it just keeps getting worse, and then someone, you know, says it really does suck, everything sucks, right? Hear me out here. Let's try to redistribute the suck, right? And get a hold of it, you know? Let's go back and forth and tell jokes, tell about situations that didn't happen but could happen. And ultimately, that, in my opinion, lightens the load, right? It can spread out the suck temporarily, if not even permanently sometimes. So, and it takes a lot of time, obviously. So that's why you have therapists, you know, people who dedicate themselves to a few people, right? That's kind of the idea. However, they get disproportionately compensated for it. So that's a very different things like this. It's not scalable, and I don't mind it, right? Because I'm not expecting it to be scalable. We already kind of loosely talked about something that scaled pretty poorly when it comes to this type of thing. So maybe the future will be different. In before AI therapists. that is like, that's kind of a joke but not a joke at the same time. It's actually very topical right now.
豚肉
豚肉
牛肉 3番
Oops,
3番
that's 4番
牛肉、
牛肉
牛肉、
鶏肉何番4番牛肉8
8番 Yeah. The odd part, Cozy, is that having low viewers, right? Like low viewers is ideal for this niche thing, right? So like It's not, it's more like now you're asking yourself, is the chicken or the egg? It's a niche market because niche market is appropriate for this kind of thing. Or is it, this thing is not popular, therefore it's a niche market, and the niche market reinforces the low numbers? Either or. It's the state of things, right? It's not scalable. It's horrendously poorly scalable. Therapists, the whole like nebulous nature, like the field itself is nebulous in the sense that it creates niche. Consistency creates scalability. And this stuff is hecka wicked not consistent. It's so dynamically complex at the moment that expecting it to be scalable, like if someone says, oh, this is scalable, give me the research. Like, explain to me how it's scalable. Scalability requires that it provides consistency. Consistency leads to standardization, and standardization allows modular scalability. So when you go and try to scale something that does not have the foundations of consistency and scalability in the first place, you're going to encounter a whole mess of trouble down the road, right? If not, it's dead on arrival. So language learning, it is still potentially possible in short bursts. Like language learning is entering its, I guess I'll call it its second to third generational phase. What did language learning look like in its first digitized generational phase? CDs of textbooks. They're static. They're one size fits all, right? And then now we're starting to see second generational. There were second generational ones. It's still not Duolingo. Duolingo and others are third generational because they have now dynamic adaptation and also like real-time feedback in the terms of rolling updates. It's not a static thing. The second generational things are like different books and volumes, like the availability, like it started scaling. Second gen is where you scale the static stuff. So there are more competition, you know, there are lots of CDs, lots of different takes on learning material. And then the third is integrating dynamics, like the human component. So where is this stuff, like psychology, awareness, and this stuff? It's barely at the second stage. Right now, it is kind of around the second stage. You have a lot of different people offering different perspectives with mixed results, right? Some work, some don't. It's a market for that. And as much as you can say, it's as inconsistent as a market is. So until an established standard and consistency is being able to be mutually established somehow, it itself cannot be scalable at the moment. And that's where it is. When are the new language learning games coming out? Earthlingo was a good start. Yeah. So we can, before language learning, mathematics was great because of its consistency, right? There are other more empirical things that have been established for quite some time, right? You can even say CPR, like learning how to do CPR. Like you as things become more well-known and standardized, there is an element of scalability. It doesn't stop people from jumping the gun, though. You know what is topical that's being it's entering its second generational phase? AI. Or in this case, not generative AI, but more like large language models. Like truly generative AI would be like the third phase. Like it's entering the third and fourth generational leap, right? Where there is adaptive, like onboard adapting that is not, it's constructive, not based on a selective data set, right? However, AI has machine learning, the type of machine learning that is existing now it's a scaled up, marketable version of something that even I was familiar with working in science, in data science, like some data science. So now it's being scaled up. So now there's a lot of competitors, shoot the wall, see what hits, and then standardization may happen. And once enough standardization happens, potential scalability. I don't know what that looks like. I might even not even see it in my lifetime. Let's find out. Right? That's kind of the stages of human. It's really consistent. AI will make people not communicate with anyone. Possibly. That's definitely one of the things that is a possible outcome, provided on the assumption that there are no dynamics happening between people who want to communicate and people who don't, right? So in a void, like assuming all like moderation and all the opinions and social order and geopolitics that exist today, that seems like a very distinct possibility. As AI is being developed and generationally maturing, so are the perspectives and the culture and the things that are built around it. So emergent properties occur when not viewed from a static standpoint. So like if you're viewing that everything stays the same now, like public opinion and their desire and their behavioral trends now does not interact with AI's growth as it's going, then yes, it's a very likely case. And I'm suggesting it's not. Like, you're assuming people will get lazier. And the trend would suggest that now. It's kind of like knowing that like knowing what we know now is not enough to like predict a direct correlation later. It may inform things that we would avoid, and naturally then it would not necessarily encounter, right? Like, for example, I don't know if you remember what it's like in the first 2 years of the internet and what people thought the internet was going to be, or what it could be, or what all the things that the scary things about the internet. Like it's a place that you can't possibly ever do business. It's a place that you can never trust anyone or talk to anyone on and connect on a personal level. Those were the things that were known in the first 2 to 3 years. Like, don't trust anyone. Like, it's just a place for fun. You know, it's a place that you can't do anything. It's a place you can't make a living. It's a place that you shouldn't do business on, right? So let's hope it's still a possibility, but hey, who knows? I would be floored if the internet made everyone more active in the future. I would be really floored. We'll see. We'll see. We will see.
4
For now, yeah, I agree. Yeah, then Facebook came along.
番
Yeah.
鶏肉
Toriniku. We'll see. It's fun talking about it though. I really enjoy talking about it or brainstorming.
3番
Nanban.
何番
Nanban.
4番
Kyuniku. Yeah, I think this is the last one, and then I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and we're gonna go to our Chinese lesson. It was worth the yap though. We got a good talk in. I can't do this every single day, or I'll try not to do this every single day. Largely not because I don't want to. My voice is gonna, like, I'm already feeling like my voice is not gonna last. Heckin' getting old. It's part of getting old. Alright, so that's a wrap for today for our Japanese lesson. We'll complete this. This is a small section, right? I knew this was a small section, so we made time to yap a little. It was pretty good. This unit left me hungry for new vocabulary. So tomorrow's new vocabulary. Actually, let's find out what tomorrow's. Discuss clothing. That's a lot of clothing. I don't even know what they're gonna do with discuss clothing. 6 lessons. It's on the longer side as well. So we'll be discussing clothing tomorrow. All right, folks. There you have it. We had a wonderful chat, some candid conversation. I think it's entirely relevant to language learning. One could see it as, oh, meeting someone you thought you guys were gonna have fun learning language together, and then that person did it for like a week and then they ghost you. It's very similar, right? Then you try again and you're like, oh yeah, let's meet up and learn, and then they ghost you. So are you gonna stop trying? Right? That does happen. It happens every day. But you meet up with someone to play a video game, and oh, you had such a great blast the first day, and you had high hopes to continue playing that, and that person leaves and don't even, like, they ghost you, right? Because something else is interesting. It happens every day, and those things build up. So silver lining. I won't stop trying. Like, someone insults me yesterday, I'm not gonna stop. Like, I'm gonna come back today. I mean, that's just one encounter. Like, or 70% of Japanese people aren't impressed by someone learning Duolingo through, Japanese through Duolingo. That doesn't really stop me. I mean, I am very well aware of it as well, and I also use it as a learning lesson because I take in all of their criticisms and I know how to rebuttal them, and maybe I'll use them in the future. I have contacted Wanikani at some point, so that kind of thing. So go out there, have fun, but what was the silver lining? Things that you can't control. It's great to know all those things. Don't let it control you, though. Like, ironically, things you can't control. Think about how devastating that sounds. You let something you can't control you. That sounds like a no-win situation. What do you call that? A zero-sum game. Or actually, that's probably not the right term. Don't let it control you, right? Things you can't control. Make it into something you can maybe not literally control, but at least figuratively control, right? If something makes you feel bad, do your darndest to make it not make you feel bad. I think that, to me, is worth every effort. So that's probably the take-home message from our long digression with any topic. I think the underpinning motivation for me to mention those things is, let's get to a point where you go to bed at night and say, well, I don't have control over 100% of the thing, to I have control over 5% of the thing. That's a victory. You go to bed and you say, now I have 5% more control over the situation and how it makes me feel, versus 0%. Victory in my book. Always worth. Always worth. Yes, definitely. Well, okay, 95% of the time worth. All right, so that's a wrap for the Japanese lesson today. I know there was a digression. If you guys are interested in listening, feel free. I usually do most of the summary at the beginning of the stream and the summary at the end of the stream, so you don't really need to be involved in the middle. That's how I structured most of my things now. So if you want to know what I learned yesterday, or learn what I learned today, beginning and end, it's a wrap up, right? So for all the Japanese language learners out there who are who are only interested in Japanese, mata ne, ya ne minasan. And I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, get some more glucose, back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第157天。Welcome back, folks. It is day 157. We completed Unit 44 yesterday, so new vocab day, yay! However, I kind of digress really hard, so try to keep it feverishly quick today. Maybe a little loose on our recall. All right, so yeah, let's get started, right? 让我们开始吧, right? Let's get started. All right, Unit 44. Start by drawing a blank. I'm very good at doing that. Gonna come to me. I feel it. Oh no. Is it school? Yeah, cafeteria. Oh yeah, it was. Okay. Yes. Let's start with school. School. 学校. 小学. 初中. 高中. 大学. 教 or 教室. 班. 食堂. 食堂. Simplified. 体育馆. Okay. I corrected a stroke here. Realized that I've been adding a lip where I shouldn't be. So Heiban. Heiban.笔记，笔记，铅笔，笔记本。纸，纸，we expanded this to oops.篮球，篮球，网球，排球。Oops. I couldn't decide. I couldn't decide, so I wrote it down the middle. 乒乓球。Okay. 校长，校长。要求，要求。必须要，必须要，必须，必须。要，必须要。往常，往常。作业。作业。yeah. 天天，天天，向上，向上。Oops. 向上。 看不看清楚？清，这清楚。Added the little bit of lip right there. Also have 像 and 介。像 and 介。I think that's good. Unit 43. Feelings. Sort of. Right? 热情人 经唱 No. Yes. 经常 这个场 经常遇到 Oh no, I got stuck on 遇到 yesterday too. Why is this becoming problematic to me? 遇到 Does it help if I trace? Does it help if I trace 到 Not it. Not it. I really need to dedicate some time to this too. Let's Yes. 遇到 Sumi 有 Sumi 遇到关心Right? Yes. 关心讲 Oops. On. Yeah, we're good. 别人 right? 别人想帮别人别人OK 看起来知道奇怪奇怪奇怪紧张是紧张可怕不难过生气 I realized I forgot something yesterday. What was it that I realized I forgot from this conservative list? Don't remember. It was in the review. It's okay. This is pretty good. Let's hop into our new lesson. We're leaving that unit behind now. So make plans. Familiar theme? Do we have a box? Ooh, we have a box. 我快要去 Oh no. Yeah, 澳大利亚 Oh, it's the same too. Ryugaku. I don't know if I have this character yet. I don't think I do. 学了 okay.
我快要去澳大利亚留学了。
留
我快要去澳大利亚留学了。
Okay. It kind of sounds like 留学了 We'll see. It sounds like you, right? Ryugaku. So 留 Okay. We'll see. before we get into the lesson. 我们周末打 something 做什么 Planning is the word. That is new. We do not know that one.
你们周末打算做什么？
打算
你们周末打算做什么？
sounds like 打算是做什么 Find out. Will you marry me? Oh no. 你 something你 something 跟我 something wow, that's a lot actually.
你愿意跟我结婚吗？
你愿
意跟我结婚吗？
你愿结？
你愿意跟我结婚吗？你愿意跟我结婚吗？
结婚吗 So that's 结婚吗 That's marry, but will is different too.
你愿意跟我结婚吗？
你愿意跟我结婚吗 Okay. 他打 Oh, what was it? 他打 something. Oh no, I don't know that one and that one either. 哪个学校 Okay, so pick and okay.
他打算选择哪个学校？
Okay, 打算 right 打算
他打算选择哪个学校？
选择
他打算选择哪个学校？
选择 Oh my gosh.
他打算选择哪个学校？他打算选择哪个学校？
选择 There's a lot of UEs and UAs. Or it sounds like it, or UIs. Lots of U's. 我男朋友有一个新的工作机会 Oh, opportunity, yeah, 机会 Now that's a familiar word. 机会 Okay, 我明年会传 That might be 传 Oh, for moving 传去德国
我明年会搬去德国。
Oh, it's 搬 Oh, okay, so it's the other one. It's using 搬 Okay. It's not quite ship either though. Oh, this is related to our other ban though. General. I think. Like in general. Generally. Yeah. Iban. Iban. She's serious. Remember that you can use sure and duh if you want to emphasize certain parts of a sentence. For example, 我们是三天前到的。Okay. We'll arrive before 3 days.
我们是3天前到的。
Oh, it was 3 days ago that we arrived. Oh, yeah, 前到. Okay. Yeah, ago, right? 前到的. Interesting. Yeah, we saw this emphasis on and off here and there, and I assumed it was an emphasis. But sure, I wasn't sure you could use sure as an emphasis. Oh, that's why there was a duh at the end of those. You can also use 是 and duh to emphasize an adjective, like the difference between saying she is serious and she is serious. Okay. 他是认真的 serious. Okay. 那是好的哦，是不是真的哦 I see. Okay, we'll have to get used to that. That's definitely something new that I didn't know people were doing, but now it makes sense that some of the sentences ended with duh, and how I hear duh at the end of a sentence quite often when people are excited. Huh. Like excitable, I suppose. 4? Okay.
画
Another 画. Okay. You look interesting. Oh, you're the bottom of 画. 画. You are the bottom of 画. Actually, maybe not. Now that I think about it. It might be like a different 画. Oh, no, it's the same 画. It crosses though. I didn't realize it crosses. I usually have it end at this stroke, like this way, as opposed to having it cross. Maybe I should make it cross more often.
画
Consistent.
班
Okay, 班. Oh, get our pinyin. 班
画
what does this sound like? This sounded like Schwan, right? Schwan.
算
Swan. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Swan. 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 Ooh. 50-50 here. You know, this kind of looks like Tai hen. I think it is Tai hen, or the hen in Tai hen. Tai?
变
Oh, it's bien. Oh, wait, but this looks like hai as in 孩子.
还
I should have already known this one. Pretty sure that's a hai in 孩子. Yeah. I should have already known. It's not a 50-50. So this is bien. It is hen as well though. Tai hen in Tai hen. Curious what bien is being used.
算
Swan. Okay, swan.
算
Swan.
变
bien. Okay.
画算
算
变
变
班
呢
赶
赶
我不喜欢变化
我不喜欢变化我不喜欢变化 changes. Interesting. Oh yeah, 变化. Oh yeah, 变 to change. Like 极变极易哦. Yeah. Changes. I do not like changes. Yikes. 变化. Okay.
我3年没有来，这里的变化很大。
这里的变化很大. Yeah. Okay.
我
我没有来这里3年
3年
我3年没有来这里
我3年没有来，这里的变化很大。
Oh, 这里 oh, there was a pause. It's a two statements. 这里的变化很大。
变化很大。我3年没有来，这里的变化很大。
This place has changed a lot. I haven't been here for 3 years. I haven't been here. I haven't came, or I haven't, yeah, I guess been, but haven't been is a little bit of a different expression. Like cool, I would use cool, but here is I haven't come here in 3 years. This place has changed a lot. I have not been here. Yeah, so they were going to interpret it as I have not been here for 3 years. It has changed a lot. Yeah. I would probably say I would use guo, like 见过, right? 我不见过，我没有见过这里 like 很久 like a long time for a long time and then
我还有机会吗？
我还有机会吗 opportunity 机会我还有机会吗 I have a chance, right? Do I have a chance? Do I still have a chance? 我还有 right, 还有机会吗？
我男朋友有一个新的工作机会。
Okay. Right.
我
的男朋友 Actually, it's personal, so we don't really need. 我男朋友还有呢？还有机会 ？No.
有新一个
新工作的机会or is it 一个的 wait
我男朋友有一个新的工作机会。
Oh,
工作机会
it's before the yeah, right.
我男朋友有一个新的工作机会。
新的工作机会。
去美国留学贵吗？
Oh, okay, yeah, it is okay, that 留学贵吗？去美国留学贵吗？ Study abroad is studying abroad in the United States expensive? Is study abroad can you just say that? Is study abroad? Yeah, I guess as a like a noun. Is study abroad? Is it, oh there it is it expensive to study abroad in the United States? Oh my gosh, my English is gone. It's like gone Oh no.
留学
Okay, 留学 We get a reinforcement on ryugaku though. I was worried that I was gonna forget ryu, but we have ryu, so that works, right? Liu, sorry, that's liu. 留学 I can kind of see where they got the ryu from. Okay, are you planning to move to China? Okay, I don't actually got the, what was it? Oh, there it is. Da shuang.
打算打算
Oh no, that's gonna give me a little bit of trouble. 打算 Okay. 打算你们打算去中国吗？
吗
Are you planning to move to China? 你打算去中国吗？ Wait. 上班 Right? No? Yes. 上班打上班 I'm curious if that's the whole phrase. Guess we'll find out. My grandma is not planning to move.
奶奶，
奶奶我们的奶奶 or 我们奶奶奶奶我们奶奶奶奶我们奶奶不打算
搬家
打算搬家 OK 我的奶奶不打算搬家搬家打算搬家打算 instead of 选 I think搬家 What are you planning to do on the weekend? What are you all planning on?
你们
你们
打算
打算no? Okay. So now I'm a little curious what the ban is. I think ban deals with moving, right? So now 你们打算你们周末 on the weekend 周末你们周末打算做什么？
什么？
Okay. All right.
婚
Oh, when have I seen you before? When? Oh, I have seen you before actually. In marriage. Oh no, not yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, when interesting. Like con. Okay. What did this sound like? Yeah?
变
Oh, bien. Just kidding. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So what did you go? 节
选
Oh my gosh, it's shit. 节
择
Oh my gosh. Okay.
婚
When
结
Okay, the last was 节
选
Okay. Shed. Shed. So either related to 先 but shed. Okay.
选择
择. Oh, an extra one. Okay.
结选婚
择
变
All right. All right.
择结
Yeah. Okay.
结
All right.
请认真工作
请认真工作请认真工 Seriously? Yeah, because Jun is in it. So please work seriously. 认真
真
Yeah, 真认真
我们要结婚了。
我们要结婚了. Oh yeah, okay, I get it now. Oh yeah, and it's wedding. Oh, that makes sense. Or marry. Being married. Oh, that makes sense. Huh. Home comes through. 结婚. Oh, okay. 我们要结婚了. Change of state.
我们搬家了以后会结婚。我们
搬家 Oh, okay.
我们搬家了以后会结婚。
我们搬家了 No.
我们搬家了以后会结婚。
I keep hearing 了 Why?
我们搬家了以后会结婚。以后
Maybe it's just 我们搬家以后
会
结婚
结婚。我们搬家了以后会结婚。了
I hear 了 but it sounds like
以后会结婚。我们搬家了以后会结婚。
Oh, it's like 了一 Oh my gosh, that's so short. Yeah, when we move into a place, we'll get married. Then we'll get married. After we move, right? Yellow reverse. We'll get married after we move. 以后
他不是认真的。
他不是认真的。他不是认真的。She is not serious? She is not serious, but seriously not serious. She is seriously not serious. What a first example. How to provide emphasis. You emphasize someone being not serious. Nice. Well played, Duolingo. Well played.
这是最好的选择。
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 选择。选择。What was that choice?
择
Yes. 选择。机会 and 选择. Okay, fair enough. I see where they're going with that. 选择. Okay. This is the best choice. 最好的选择. Okay.
这是
这是最好的选择。
最的选择。
They want to leave this country.
他们
想离开
离开
这个 country. Oh, 国家 Okay, 国家 Oh, I can finally express that. For a while I'm like, it's not 国 like it's not 国 like standalone. What is the thing that it needs? So it's 家 Okay, 国家. I was about to say that today, actually. Conversation with a person in Malaysia. I didn't know how to say 国家. Like, how do you express that? Okay. I've lived in 7 countries. Dang, what a globetrotter. 我住过7个国家 Oh, do I need 在?
在
No. Does that make sense? 我在住过 I guess 我在住过7个国家 Or is it 住在
住
Yeah, that way. No, it's not. It's the other. Oh my goodness. Oh, they moved it because it's the act of you have. Oh, okay. I actually think the other way is still fine though. Let me test it.
我 在住
I still think this is fine. But you take it.
过7个
7个
国家
No, they won't. So you do have to separate it because of the number? Okay. I guess.
我
That's fine.
在
我在
7
7
个
个 right? 7个
国家
国家
住
住过
过
That sounds kind of awful. Is this still wrong? Oh no. That sounds awful. 我在 I guess it makes sense. Like I have been. So I been in 7 countries. Lived. I don't know. That sounds kind of awful. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? Reminds me of inserting the amount of time you do an activity and splitting the time. Like I don't know, 3 小时的马. That's what that kind of feels like. It's kind of, it's okay, but feels kind of off.
嗨
Hi. What are you? Hi. Oh, what is tall? We're gonna go with Dang. Okay. It was a 50-50.
选
选
怕愿
Yeah. Is that? What the heck? Why are you adding so many things there?
害
Hi.
怕
That's the same pa. Right? Yeah, that's the same pa. Like in kapa.
怕
What was this?
愿
Yuan.
当 算
Sun. Sun.
害
Hai.
怕当
Dang.
当
Dang.
愿
Yeah. Look at this extra little thing squeezed in there. Yeah.
愿
Yeah.
我愿意
我愿意 I'm serious?
愿意
No. Wait.
愿
I do? 我愿意 Oh. A response to will you marry me? 我愿意 That's interesting. Yeah. 我愿意
我害怕变化。
我害怕 Oh, it's still Oh, 我害怕变化我害怕变化 I am afraid to, 变化 what the
变化
Oh yeah, that's right. 变化 change. I'm afraid of change. Okay. I'm afraid to change. Or of change. Okay.
请叫他放心。
请叫他放心. Oh, interesting. Using 放 and then 心 to relax or to like don't worry about it. 放心. Interesting. And just lower or calm down. Okay. 放 really. The only time I used 放 was 放学 to like finish school, like to leave school. so not much to go off of in terms of 放心. And then 心 we had like 信心 to have confidence, or 心 just the self, right? So please 请叫他放心. Please tell him to relax. Please ask him. 叫 okay. Ask him to relax. When would have been what I thought would have been 请问他放心, but 要 that's fine too.
请放心，你害怕什么？
请放心，你害怕什么？哦，
请放心，
放心。
你害怕
什么？
什么？请放心，你害怕什么
？Please relax. What are you afraid of?
你愿意跟我结婚吗？
你愿意跟我结婚吗？结婚吗？ Now it all makes sense. Will you marry me? Like willingness. 愿意. Makes sense. It doesn't actually say all of it. It says more than that. However, good enough. Of course, we don't want to break up. Ooh. 当然. 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 当然.
当然。
当然。
当然。当然。
当然. Okay.
我们
Of course. Yeah, 我们当然不想离开? No, can't be that. It's gotta be something else. Not 明星, right? 日本分手Not 小 分手 I guess 分手 is the only one we have. Interesting. So we have 分 and 手. Minute hand. Oh, 分手 might be a little bit 手 might be a little bit tough. Don't quite get it. To break up with him. 我想跟他分手. How that just lined up is amazing. How that feels like I'm like, oh yeah, this is the order. Nice. Of course she is serious. Actually, you could say this 2 different ways, huh? Oh, then they went with
当然
当然
是
当然是认真的 double serious. Of course she is emphasize serious. 她真人是认真的 There's a lot of oh, what did they do? Oh, 真人他是认真的 Oh my gosh, there's so many R's in there. Stop, don't do that. How do I screw this up? Oh, numbers before the past tense. Okay.
我
Okay. Okay. 我在七个
国家
住过 That's gonna take a let's do 算 I feel like I heard like 算了 or like yeah, whatever, like it's happened, like sure 算了 but I don't think that's this one. Okay, I'm not sure.
画
The what? Oh wait, I've heard this before.
朵
Or I've seen this before, but I don't know how to. What's the duo for? We gotta look. No, that's not it. That's not the same duel. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Duel. Give me double characters, please. Oh, no. Duel? Yeah, no, I'm not sure.
斑变
你最害怕的事情是什么？
你最害怕的事情是什么？ What are you most afraid of? Or what is your biggest fear? How are you My biggest fear is trying to translate what they're going to interpret in English. What is the thing you fear the most? Yeah, see, like what is the thing that you fear the most? Yeah, my English is gone. Like, I wouldn't have phrased it that way. Immediately I was like, what are you afraid of the most? As opposed to, what is the thing that you fear the most? I mean, that's pretty similar. What's your biggest fear? Is a different way of saying it too. What is the biggest fear? What is your biggest fear? Blah, 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 blah. I have no idea. I've already forgotten. Are you...
Ban.
Oh, it's ban.
婚
Yeah. Oh, that's hun. Oh no, hun. Which one's jie? This is jie.
结
Jie.
择选
全。
我快要去澳大利亚留学了。
我快要去澳大利亚留学了。快要
班
变
赶
赶
画算去美国留学贵吗？
去美国留学贵吗？
请放心，你害怕什么？
请放心，你害怕什么？请放心，你害怕什么？
害怕什么？
他打算选择哪个学校？
他打算选择哪个学校？他打算学着哪个学校？Which school do you plan to take? Is he going to pick? Okay, yeah, fair enough.
他不愿意做这个工作。
他不愿意。
他不
愿意。他不愿意这个工作，做这个工作。
他不愿意做这个工作。
做这个工作，愿意去。Unwilling, sorry. 愿意。不愿意。
我男朋友有一个新的工作机会。我男朋友有一个新的
工作。因为机会。
我害怕变化。
我害怕 What?
我害怕
变化。I'm afraid of phones. I'm like, what is wrong with you? 很奇怪。Okay.
变化。
All right, 15 minutes in a dream. 变化。All right. 变化。
变化。变化。
电话。
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 变化。
变化。变化。变化。
电话。
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 Oops. All right.
电
话。
电话。
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 Ah! Oh my gosh.
电话。
Startles me every time, dude.
电话。
That sound, it's so startling.
电话。
电话。
电话。电话。
Wait, we're gonna stick to 变化. Are you serious?
电话。
电话。
变化。
变化。变化。变化。
电话。
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 变化。
电话。
Really?
电话。
You're not gonna move.
电话。
Please.
变化，
变化，变化，变化，
变化，
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 They really aren't.
变化，
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 变化，变化，变化，
变化，
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 结婚，
结婚 OK. 结婚
结婚，
Okay, so we haven't gotten this yet. Yeah.
结婚，
结婚 Oh, but you know what? This is the same as結婚, yeah.
结婚，
Like the ke
结婚，
part. Oh, wait.
结婚，
Wait. That's not marriage though.
结婚，
What was I thinking of?
结婚，
This is in ke.
结婚，
Oh, wait.
结婚，结婚，
Hold up.
结婚，
No, that is wedding. Yeah. Kon. But it's also in Kiko.
结婚，
Kiko. That
结婚
same K, actually. Huh. Interesting. What a coincidence. Interesting. I didn't quite make that connection before.
结婚，
结婚，
Yeah, this is Kon.
结婚，
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 结婚，结婚，结婚，
结婚，
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 结婚，结婚，结婚，
结婚，
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 下面，下面，打着，喂，打着，
打折，
打折哦，discount，打折，打折，
下面，
下面，下面，
下面，
打折，长裙子，
长裙子，
长裙子哦，that's a 长 and not a 长，长裙子，对，
下面，
下面，this is a read flip on 长或长，下面 OK，下面，
印度，打折，
在
家，
下面，
下面 ，oops，
里面，
打折，
打，
下面，
下面，
下了，
里面。打折。
打了。
下面。
打折。
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 里面。附近。
附近。
短裙子。
下面。打折。
下面。
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 短裙子。
短裙子。
地方。
地方。
那里。
那里。
打折。
打折。
选择。
选择。OK， 选择。选择。Oh, wait. Yeah, 选择。
选择。
Okay. Oh, these are not.
选择。
Oh.
选择。
Yeah, these are going to be
选择。
tough.
选择。
选择。
Maybe like choosing. So it's
选择。
choosing first as a choice.
选择。选择。
As a mnemonic.
选择。
选择。
Oops.
选择。
选择。
Because you have 先 as a
选择。
kind of related thing. Whoops.
结婚。
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 That is certainly discussing plans. I realize
结
that
婚。
the
结婚。
theme is plans.
结婚。
And you talk about marriage.
结婚。
Oops.
结婚。
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 打
打
排球。
排球。
打折。
打排球。
乒乓球。
打排球。打了。
打扮。
打扮。
打折。
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 打排球。
打
排球。
球。
打折。
折。
打排球。打电话。
打扮。打折。
打网
球。Good news that I worked on my sports.
结
婚。
结婚。
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 结婚。结婚。
Oops.
结婚。
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 选择。
选择。选择。选择。
选择。
Okay, the other one. Okay. Oh, I could get this
选择
mixed up actually.
选择
with something else.
选择。
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 择
选择
选择，选择，
选择
选择，
选择
选择，选择，
选择，
选择，
选择
选择， 选择，
选择，
选择
选择，选择，选择，
选择
选择，选择，
结婚，
结婚，
结婚
结婚，
结婚
结婚，结婚，结婚，
结婚
结婚，
结婚
，Alright， 结婚，
结婚，
结
结婚
结
结婚，
结婚
结婚，结婚，
，Oops，
结婚，
结婚
结婚，
结婚
选择，
选择
选择，选择，
选择，
选择
选择，选择，选择，
选择
选择，选择，
Alright, so make plans, right? Oh, these are kind of tough. You know, we have 当然
当然，
当然当然当然愿意愿意
愿意，
愿意and 害怕愿意当然当然当然当然
当然，
当然yeah 选择
选择，
oh my god 选择 that doesn't help wait 选择选择结婚结婚
结婚，
结婚 What happened to 化 is not 化 is gone
变化，
变化 Or is 化 a repeat? There's no way 化 is a repeat. Not. Okay, so make plans. So we have变化. So making plans. So 变化 is both, right? 变化. Okay, so it's both a change and to change. I'm pretty sure it's 变. We're doing change right now, so plans. 变化结婚 Okay, I guess we'll put 结婚 marry. Actually, this is also not necessarily marriage, but to marry. In Act 2, let's throw it in the same way too. Right, for now. Yeah. When that's actually kind of legacy. 结婚 choose. I don't know if it can substitute as choice as well. I have to pay more close. I think we can lump this in with opportunity, right? So, 机会. So, 选择 选择 right 选择 机会 where's 机会 it's gotta be listed here somewhere. Okay, 机会 okay, so we'll lump these two. 机会 选择机会 Not sure about these two yet. I guess we can place 选择机会 right? Actually, I feel like we're starting with 机会 I'll give it in practice. 机会 选择 选择 Alright, choose opportunity 机会选择 变化 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 we link this to down here. So 结婚结婚机会选择选择选择选择有机会选择结婚结婚变化 okay, sure, right. Or alternative, we got alternative things we can do, like 九写 no 六 or 九六学 yeah 六学
留学
wrong tongue, sorry 留学 Google search is Mandarin a dead language. I see. And what did you get? That seems like an interesting search. Liu Xie. I was just searching something for grammar and came out as a result, like the commonly asked questions. Yeah. All the languages have it. It's a commonly asked question. Actually, if you place anything that has a topical thing, one of the most common results is it dead? Like search your favorite game, search your favorite book, search your favorite genre. Oftentimes, one of the most common results that come up is it currently dead? As in like dying or not relevant or not trending. It happens a lot. So like whenever I look up like a manga or an anime or a video game I'm playing, oftentimes the top 10 when it trends out or trends back in, one of the questions is it dead? It's a very common behaviorism for internet search results. People are trend seekers, often asking trend seeking questions. Like, is learning language dead? Actually, is Duolingo dead? Is a question. Is Wanikani dead? If it's more than a year old, I reckon some people might have typed, "Is it dead yet?" More like a trending way of dead, figuratively, as opposed to literal death. It's a meme as well. It's also a meme in the gaming community when a game is dead. Things that are no longer popular are dead. Let's see. So this is Liu Xie, right? So we make a decision, opportunity, Liu Xie leads to 变化 how am I gonna hold this in? Of course. 当然 maybe we'll place 当然 here. Done. Run. Done run. Yeesh. Oh, actually that works. That works. So we'll do like done run. Done. Run. I mean, just earlier today, I had someone who keep telling me what the answer is, and I was having a conversation with someone, and I politely said, this is not a like command stream. Can you politely like hold your, like, you know, you can follow along, but you don't have to like shout at me all the time. And this person basically did fail to even listen to whatever I'm saying and continue to say the answer, and then like started like using panicking voice and stuff and whatnot, like, please, like, it's number 2, it's please. That's why, in my opinion, that's connected with the idea of search results being like something is dead. Like a game is dead 6 months after its launch, right? Because it's already too late. FOMO is real. That kind of thing. So when you like something, you search, is this thing dead yet? Because FOMO. If it's dead, you move on. It's not interesting. Yeah. It's very rare to not have people constantly tell you what the next best thing is, right? If I'm playing a game, am I dead yet? Yeah, exactly. The reason why I'm emphasizing this is I don't want that to be a social norm. I think you can love things for a very long time, and you can still discover things that you like and continue to rediscover things that you like. You can discover new things and still like the things that you used to like, you know? Learning Chinese and learning Japanese may make you look at English differently. You don't leave things behind. However, I'm speaking to a minority group, in my opinion. I think nowadays when people do something, they accomplish it, and they wash themselves off of it. As in, oh, I learned the basics of Chinese. Now I'm going to move to Japanese. And in before, Chinese is a thing of the past. As in, like, they no longer decide to retain Chinese because they already did it. You know, it's already dead. It's finished. I finished doing it. I don't need to maintain it or anything like that. Video games, like that. I don't think it's an intentional consequence. However, it has normalized things. Things are a checkbook. 10 steps to becoming fluent in Chinese. Well, I finished step 1. So if I finish step 1, I don't need to go back to step 1. Like, practice fundamentals. No, this is not the first appearance of Rang. You forgot, you were here for, Shay Rang. Yeah, you were Shay Rang. Yeah. Right. The conditional. Shay Rang. It's a slippery character is why? Well, yeah, it is a slippery character. You said that the first time, too. Yep. If there's anything consistent, is that your commentary is also consistent. Yeah, you said that the first time as well. I think it's about 2 weeks ago when Sheirong, Danshi, Sheirong and Danshi. Deng. And your comments typically deal with like foreboding. Your comment often deals with foreboding language. It's like sick in Latin. Okay. I mean, I don't know any Latin, so that's fine. I'll take your word for it. I have no point of reference. Most things I don't see it as tricky, slippery, confusing, difficult, weird. I think those are something that comes from you quite often. Your attention deals with the perception of whether it is tricky, slippery, sinister, and yeah, I'll take your word for it. I have no point of reference. Well, it kind of looks like... I think there's a point up there, right? So squished. Kind of looks like this, this, this. Yes. Dung, something. Oh. Oh no, it's not dung. I'm looking at... Oh, I already went to dung. Dung.
愿意
愿意. So 愿 and then 意. The same 意 as in 意思. 意思. I look at it like vectors in algebra. English and Chinese have different axes and common words that one might be a combination of multiple in the other, and they cover the same space. I see. That seems like a interesting way to look at it. Yeah. And you also have a habit of using diction that is foreboding and negative most of the time. I mean, I like your visibility, like how you're describing the vectors. However, your diction, in my opinion, is awfully skewed towards negativity most of the time. So, things that are interesting to you are things that are viewed in a light of being negative, which I don't think is a negative thing. Like, you're not really impacting my perceptions too much. However, you tend to use words that involve that kind of thing, is what I mean. Like, it's a slippery character as opposed to it's a dynamic character, or it has vectors that go in different, like it has myriads of directions it can go. You decide to choose the word slippery, right? It's a slight commentary. It's very consistent, so I'm kind of used to it. Kind of used to it now. Let's see. Is yeah? Wait. Yuan Yi. Where is he? There it is. Yuan Yi. Right? Was it neutral?
愿意
Yeah, Yuan Yi. So definitely willing. Seizing the opportunity. Fine. Okay. For Chinese, all my put a pin in this moments are just going to be individual words. I see. All of them, huh? Well, I'll take your word for it. Hai pa. So we can pivot, right? We can pivot into this. So hai pa. Wait, is that 2-2? Yes. Actually crosses. Interesting. Hi, pa. Is the same pa. I think it was the same pa. Great. Hi, pa. Alright. Oh, here it is. So we have emphasis. Where are we gonna go with emphasis? Maybe here? So 是. Make a note. 是 and 的. Right, 是 and 的. Like 是害怕的. It's kind of what I'm imagining. So where's the and 是? Are they highlighted here? No, they're not. That's one of the grammar points. Yeah. 让 down there. Chinese 4 and up have some strange grammar points, like advanced uses of ma. Okay. I guess we'll get there when we get there, if we get there. You 知道吗? Yeah. Fair enough. Other countries. Oh, we can pivot from here and use 国家 Oops. Oh, wait. Am I being a pet? Yes, I am being a pet. That's why it looks weird. 国家. That's where the 国 came from. Yeah, 住国. 住国, where? Yeah, we'll place 住国 here as well. Oh, wait. But we can do moving here. So is on here? No. Also plan. There's jaw. Is this for 国家? Oh, there it is. Oh, they don't have ban. This ban. Alright. I'm pretty sure it's not the same ban. Let's look. No, that's the additional left character. Okay. With Han. So I think we add to this and use on Alright. Cool. Alright, no. 搬家 yeah. 过家 okay. I guess we can lump these three kind of. So 搬家 Pack your bags, folks. Anja. Cool. Okay. It'd probably be obnoxious, but I wonder if there's a plugin to change the color of characters by their rarity of usage. I see. That's interesting. Certainly one way to go about it. What was da for? So 3年. We're not using counters or time because that gets reinforced enough. We have 过 路过 oh right 分手 分手 I guess that's a change too. Alright. Maybe we do like a mix of these two. So 分手 分 oh 真 serious no not 真认真认真 we can like pivot off serious opportunity so we can like 认真 right. Okay. Engine. Yeah. Right. 放轻 放心 放心 认真 maybe and 放心 Yeah, wrong is 55 most frequent. That's what I meant by slippery. Okay. All right. It sounds like it's used very often. Oh. Chuang is not listed.
打算
打算 Where you say slippery, I say ubiquitous, I suppose. Or frequently used, I suppose. Or promiscuous. That's kind of a negative in connotation too. Fair enough. I think frequently used have very little to do with the undertones of being slippery. And something that's frequently used isn't necessarily meaning that it's slippery in the nature of it's. I think the slippery, what you're trying to tell me is that it's being used in many different ways. A really frequent character that's being used doesn't necessarily mean it's used in many different ways. One can have it used very frequently, but in very limited ways. If we're going with math here, right? The mode can be very, very solid and consistent. What is boo for? Oh. Okay. I don't think we need this. We're fine. Negation is negation. For this one. And then
打算
打算 we go up. 打算 Just 打算 go up here. 打算 打算 Oh, I don't even know what that. Okay. Let's take a guess here. Chang. These. This. Probably this. Shuang. Shuang. Yes. Shuang. Okay, how does this pan out? There's definitely two other vocabulary words. I don't remember what they are though. There's one that uses, oh no, it's 机会. Oh, that might actually be. Okay, so we go with wrong. Something wrong. 当然 愿意 当然愿意 愿意 答 dang it. 打算打算 Oops.
打算
打算 Wait, that one word. Okay, 3 to 2. 打算机会机会选选择选择选择选择选择认认真认认真认真放心 something got lost here 放轻放轻结婚结婚结婚留学留学留学离开留学我go with 留学搬家 one 搬家 yes 1搬家做过做过搬家去别国家国家 good enough and kind of just ends there in a loop. Alternatively, you have so 结婚wait 结婚 where are we yeah 结婚结婚还是分手分手 why did I go here oh yeah 变化害怕 and 是害怕的变化Ooh. not the greatest but I can see how I can reorganize this for tomorrow. I can reorganize them. It's gonna be like a flow chart this way probably. We're gonna do like gonna probably look like this, and then it's gonna intersect here with common feelings. Maybe it'll end up being something like Alright, let's see if I remember the characters though. So we have what is considered new right off the top of my head. We have Dun. Dun. Round. Dun round. Dun round. Dun round. 结界婚结婚 I don't know what bee sting. Where is it? 结婚 Oh, it's 结婚 when is you have legacy here. Kick on.结婚你会 choose 选择选择yeah 选择 we're going with CN, right? 选择 so and the heck was this 选择this the 选择oh change 变化I很变化I don't remember the other two. What were they? Oh, there were 3 because there's 2 unlisted. Where is this? I, right? I pa. What was this? What are you? Oh. 演绎right? Yes. 演绎Those are the covers for all the new characters. And ban, new ban. Banja, banja, banja. All right, that's not too bad. I think we're good. Oh no, there's more. It was da something. Dang it.
打算
打算I think 打算 is probably going to be the toughest. 打算 Fun. All right. Well, that's a wrap for today. It's okay. It's a little bit of a struggle because I think pretty much all of these are kind of not familiar. There's quite a lot of unfamiliar territory here. We'll see. It'll turn out to be not too bad. At most, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, it is. These are the 7, right? These are the 7. Right, these are the 7. And then everything else, we can negotiate pretty well. Oh, all right. That's a wrap for today. Too bad, not too bad. Head off. Yeah, what can I say? We had a really great discussion during our Japanese course today. Talked about a lot about refocusing, doubling down on things you can control and things you can't control. Or not doubling down on things you can't control. Acknowledging things you can't control, and then using your perspective, doubling down on efforts on making your perspective shift necessary to tackle the things you can't control. I mean, to make something relevant, I guess, to today, the whole idea of for example, like a character, if you somehow know the character is incredibly flexible or dynamic, that's something you can't control. So whether that's interesting or not to you, that's great. If you can turn it into something that's interesting to you, that's great too. That's turning something that may be dubious into something functional and useful, like a positive source, right? We had a great discussion earlier in the Japanese session about how one needs to vent and evaluate a situation where it involved sharing a laundry list of factors and conditions that you cannot control. Like, for example, when someone says, it is really, really hard to learn this thing because this thing has the following properties. Well, you can't change that. Those properties are static, right? So sometimes acknowledging that they exist is great. Painting what you think and how you feel about that, and then projecting that to another person is entirely within your control, at least in my opinion. We're entirely within control. So if one is projecting something to me, then it tells me something about that person. And I like to share my thoughts about that quite a bit, right? Provided that we have an open communication or candidness. When I see things that are frequently used and ubiquitous, it gets me excited. It sounds like a very, very useful thing. Whether I choose to pursue things that are more frequent versus less frequent, come what may, time will tell, right? Time will tell. Rarely do I like to trend chase. However, if my interest aligns with trend chasing, it just happens I'm interested in a trend that it is trending, that's fantastic. Will it convert me into a trend chaser? Probably not. I think objectivity is fantastic, and being aware of facts about things are fantastic. Those things you cannot control. There's, truth and not true. And that's fantastic. Be aware of it. It's quite objective. How you choose to represent and interpret those facts to another person tells you, to maybe a perceptive person, perhaps. I consider myself fairly all right in the perception thing, like average perception. So I imagine there are a lot more perceptive people than I am. That tells me a lot about the person's interpretation of facts, right? And I think that is very informative, and I use that very, very much. It also tells me how to interpret those facts too. So when, for example, if someone consistently says something really, really nice, right? Like overhype, for example, when someone constantly talks about a fact, that fact doesn't change. There's no elements of facts to it, right? However, this person overhypes everything, like use hyperbolic statements all the time, like, oh my gosh, this is the best game ever. And sure enough, maybe in the moment, it is like, say, the top selling game, which the top selling game, you have no control over that technically. You know that it sold the most in this period of time. Those are the facts, right? That's the math involved. And then how that person interprets it, that's what's telling. Like, oh, it's the best game ever. Cites a fact, it's the best selling game right now in this period. That's great. So it tells me that that person has an interpretation of those facts. And usually I use that to my advantage, or use that as a way to inform myself. So if that person consistently use hyperbolic statements to emphasize facts that occur regularly, like a new game will sell the most at some point in some place, like each turnover will have a new top selling game at some point, and at any one point that person interprets it as an interpretation of it's the best game ever, that tells me that they're consistent. And what does that do for me? It helps me interpret, or more consistently know how I can take their commentary, right? Not from a point of preference or anything like that. It also guides me and tells me how I should be speaking in maybe in contrast or negotiation terms. So oftentimes when someone is incredibly consistently hyperbolic, then oftentimes I will end up interpreting the same facts with less of a hyperbolic statement, largely due to the nature that I find it very interesting when people use statistics and math and then add their own like behavioral tendencies. Like, is 5 below bad, right? It's like, oh my gosh, this game scored a 7 and below. It's like, I see that it scored 7.6 out of 3,641 posted reviews. And then that person says, man, that's such a low score. That's interesting. The 7.64 thing is like, okay, I mean, that seems all right. It is a 7.64. What does that mean? I won't know until I try it. It is interesting to get an insight through other people who share their interpretation of it, and I kind of welcome that. I am also not too shy about hopefully understanding that when I say certain things, it's an observation, and hopefully it doesn't come off as like attempt to sound enlightening. I think it's interesting to tell people how I feel about their consistency, right? So, and today we had a conversation about that. Someone shared their dismay and their incredibly negative experience with working in a group, right? And we were able to talk about it and share a lot of different perspectives. It was kind of nice. I hope that goes on to build into something even stronger in the future. Longer discussions, right? More meaningful discussions. And in a way, that's kind of building up the way how different people approach learning a language, right? The idea is not what's trendy, what's topical. The idea, in my opinion, is to collect what is meaningful to the other person. So if someone says something is bad or inherently deleterious, I would like to hear their interpretation. Whether that's factual or not, most of the time I do feel like there is a little bit of an overstep. What is bad and good is an interpretation. What is true and false is likely what is objective. So when someone says you don't learn anything because here are the facts, I doubt it says that the odds are 0% and 100%. Rarely does math pan out like that in nature. So at least in my opinion, when it comes to like human population statistics. So I like to think that when people say all of it and like all the time, everyone, they're referring to the interpretation of how it feels and not necessarily what is true or false. So using clever words with connotations, that's kind of what I pay attention to most of the time. I think many of us, especially in the post-internet age, are capable of looking up statistics and use math to frame our interpretations. So whether a character will become troublesome, sometimes your interpretation creates a placebo and a nocebo effect. And I think it's very, very powerful. I, for one, am a person who is selectively biased towards turning whatever may seem like a nocebo projection into a placebo effect. So no, I don't necessarily think sometimes when people say, oh, this is everywhere, and they're projecting to me that it is a negative thing, I choose to interpret it as a positive thing. And that to me makes things perceived as less difficult versus things that are more difficult to the other person, whichever, runs your boat. What doesn't change is that we both agree that this is how often it's used, or this is what happened because it already happened, right? One person that I know had a terrible time with the group. That has happened. Nothing's going to change that. How you use to interpret it and move forward and use that's what we discussed most of it, right, during today. And it was a very great discussion. It offered me the opportunity to be able to I don't typically offer unsolicited advice, and sometimes I feel like offering direct advice causes like a pecking order or hierarchy. instead, it felt like a casual conversation, like a casual conversation, sharing ideas, and the people involved freely gets to take whatever it is that is useful to them. So much like that, when someone offers me some statistics and angles, I will certainly try my best to not be respectfully enough to tell them how I interpret that stuff. And for me, language learning, yeah, the more daunting, in my opinion, the more daunting something becomes, the more I double down on how interesting it is. So I look forward to discussing and seeing all the different uses of characters. Although, one disclaimer, it has to hold my interest. So if something really, really interesting comes along, who knows? I might end up not ever witnessing those things. For now, though, I have quite a lot of things to do that's already shared by very interesting people. New music this evening. Starting to watch 2 new shows, and among other things. So yeah, go out there, have fun. That was kind of the wrap-up message I want to give out tonight. Yeah, go out there, take inspiration. Also, right, consider the idea that there are facts and then there are interpretations. And interpretations, in my opinion, go a long way to being able to understand people, pre-select for people, and kind of know what is in your wheelhouse. And I like that because it gives an idea to people to self-select themselves into groups that can mitigate something uncontrollable, which is sometimes associated with the fickle nature of interacting with other human beings. And focusing, in my opinion, sparing some time to focus on these specific types of patterns and whatnot may help mutually in both cases, you know, reduce the chance of encountering people with conflicts of interest, right? Like conflicting standards and whatnot, which goes back to our original discussion in during the Japanese course. So yeah, go out there, find yourself in appropriate company, right? Have fun learning language together, possibly. Form a great support system. And you know where to find me. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. If you're gonna find, you know, you are more than free to hang out. I would love to hear your stories and your roundabout ways and interpretations of how to interpret things. That helps open my eyes, right? Helps expand my perspective on things and allow me to apply whatever I know in real time. Maybe create some interest. So until next time, right? 下次再见. And I will see everyone next time. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.